publish only the controversial bits of what you said. Good morning. Chairman, colleague ministers, heads of institutions of the United States of America and Africa, Director Generals of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission and the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, the Executive Director of the Nuclear Power Ghana, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Energy, and I'm pleased to deliver these opening remarks, and I hope it stays as remarks on the third day of this US-Africa Summit, with the theme, Unlocking Africa's Energy Potential Through Nuclear Energy. Since independence, our countries, meaning the United States and Ghana, have enjoyed unprecedented warm friendship and cooperations in various areas, including trade and education. And I thank you for the opportunity to reaffirm our friendships by hosting this summit in Accra. I am convinced beyond doubt to chart a new path. This will chart a new path to inspire our shared vision to provide sustainable and cheap energy for socio-economic growth and industrial development. This summit gives us the opportunity to further deepen our cooperation and chart a long-term program in the field of nuclear science and technology. I do emphasize that the partnership in the journey of nuclear is a partnership that lasts longer than any marriage. For us to decide to get into this partnership, that means the decision has been taken that for the next 100 years, we'll be very comfortable seeing our noses and our faces. The global drive to transition from the use of fossil-based fuels has attracted attention, especially since the Paris Climate Change Conference in 2015. And not only governments and institutions, but individuals are all being called upon to be responsible to our environment. The climate change or greenhouse gas emissions is caused notably by man's activity in the conduct of his activities of daily life. But the recent push for the energy transition has also received significant support with a magic figure of 1.5 Celsius. We shouldn't get more than that. I'm not sure if we are even getting anywhere near that, or we are already running over. But recent events, if they are proxies to whether we are doing well, shows that we are not doing well at all. Things happening in New York, happening in Mexico, happening around Africa, happening everywhere. It tells us that we probably are not doing well. And we are tickling ourselves into a fancy that it is somebody else's problem to solve. It is an existential threat to humankind if we don't sit up and run. And that is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Energy is the heartbeat of everything. Even as human beings, without energy you cannot function. And societies without energy would remain, I don't know, like dead trees or something. Everybody needs energy. Without energy, the prime source of our light is energy, which is the sun. And it's the sun that changes everything to energy for us. And we in Africa, even though we've polluted less, it is estimated that less than 4% of the pollution, greenhouse gas pollution, has been contributed by Africa. Less than 4%. Even if we have to burn all the oil and gas resources in Africa for the development of only Africa, we will still be less than 4% in our contribution to greenhouses. The issue, if we follow the world standard principle of polluter pays principle, the issue is not an African problem. Nevertheless, Africa is suffering most of somebody else's. Waste is something that even in our activities of daily living, when you generate waste, you put it far away from you. So people's waste have been put far away and has found itself in Africa, causing us problems with land degradation, soil erosion, changed weather, deforestation, desertification. It's all happening on a daily basis in Africa. And people might not take it, but it has led to some of the transitory problems we are having in the Maghreb region. All of a sudden, the desertification is such that from Guinea, from Senegal, all the way to the Horn of Africa, the desert has encroached so much so that we get lost in our discussion that people cannot live. Lake Chad, one of the largest lake bodies in the world, is a shadowed pale intensity. It cannot, the ecosystem, human beings cannot live around that area. So they have to move. So they are moving everywhere, and it's causing a lot of problems. We have to sit up and realize that the problem is against all mankind. When people sit on boats and cross the Mediterranean, it's because the ecosystems can support them. And it's not the first time it happened. When famines happened in Europe, they migrated to America and other places. It is a fundamental notion that human beings would survive no matter what, and they will move. But they will come with passports or without passports, but they will move anyway. So it's in our interest, it's in our collective interest to make living everywhere as much as possible comfortable for every person, so that I don't move. But hey, I would move if I have to. The AU, Agenda 2063, has recognized that and is encouraging African countries to harness all their resources to ensure the provision of modern, efficient, reliable, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly energy sources. I keep saying that for almost all the energy sources that we have identified in the world till now is abundant in Africa. From the sun, it's abundant. From water, the Congo Basin alone, the River Congo alone can generate enough electricity for the whole of Africa. So we have it. When you come to uranium, we have it in abundance. When you come to coal, we are flush with it. When you come to the geothermal, in fact, Kenya uses, on its grid, 97% of the electricity that is geothermal. The whole of the East Africa Y-shaped Great Valley, it's full of geothermal potential. As for oil and gas, in the last 10, 20 years, the biggest findings of crude and gas are also found in Africa. Nigeria and Mozambique alone have gas reserves that can feed all of us. So God gave us all these minerals, right? And yet still, it has not been used for the benefit of Africa. We are the most energy-poor continent in the world, with the highest electricity tariffs in the world. Yes, 600 million of us don't have electricity. And 900 million of us cook with bad cooking fuels. Look, I am not an advocate of even exporting any of our natural resources, because we are dying in poverty in the midst of plenty. So any partnership should be a two-way partnership that benefits everybody. We export all our oil, all our gas. Even our encouragement to go into hydrogen is an encouragement to say export more to somebody else. We export all our uranium, except probably 2 African countries who can use it, South Africa and Egypt. Coal. We export almost 90% of the coal in Africa. We have served as the energy source for the rest of the world for a very long time. Yet still, our Kogon Basin area, our forest area, is the biggest carbon sink God has given us on the planet Earth. Africa is still willing to share its resources, but let us come with a business proposition where you don't produce raw materials and send somewhere and live less developed, and then somebody benefits. We should all benefit so that we don't cross the channels. I don't know how I can swim the Atlantic to America or the Mediterranean. I hate river bodies anyway. But if I feel that my life is threatened there, I would walk on the sea. So it is our fundamental interest that Africa should not continue to be energy poor, because energy is a proxy for development. Without it, you cannot live. Without it, you will not survive. So this agenda to reduce or decarbonize, even though we don't feel that we have contributed, and living by the proxy of polluter pays principle, we have not, those who have polluted are not willing to pay. At least from 2015 when we went to the Paris and they promised all the monies they've promised has never, and I don't think it will ever be delivered. But if not, how then do we all make sure that we can move? In fact, the game changer in decarbonization, energy prosperity for all that we hope, the game changer is nuclear. And people should get it right. If we don't sit up and see how we can safely deploy nuclear, then we will never meet our energy goals or our decarbonization agenda that we want to set for the world. And that is why my ministry decided a few years back, in 2021, that Ghana should develop its energy transition plan. We developed it, one of the most widely consulted documents that I have come across in this country, spoke to everybody we needed to speak to, solicited for views around the whole country, market women, students, lecturers, chiefs, queen mothers, judges, parliament, everybody, and we came out with a national energy transition plan that the president launched in Sharm el-Sheikh, COP26. Further to that, COP27. Further to that, in United Nations General Assembly Conference a few weeks back, the president, working together with SE for All, Sustainable Energy for All, a UN agency, launched the investment framework, investment plan associated with our transition framework. Basically, what is it? It is saying that, yes, we recognize that we have to decarbonize. We do recognize that we have to produce energy for our living, for jobs, to create the industry for the young and the teeming masses of Africa, who will be the largest population, young population in the world very, very soon. That needs to live. That needs to live in the comfort that others take for granted. We have to produce energy. And we are willing to produce the energy clean, reliable, and affordable, and the word is affordable, energy. That never, in my previous life as an education minister, I went to the northern part of the country and visited a school. Unfortunately, my car was parked at the west side that I thought it should be parked. It was parked at the pantry side of the school. So I had to go through the pantry to enter this kitchen and then go to the assembly hall or something. And I couldn't breathe because I'm asthmatic, right? The fumes of wood being used to cook, I couldn't stand it. And yet, 80% of the people who were working there were females with children on their backs. So you can just imagine how many African women we are killing with poor, bad cooking fuels. So our energy transition document said that by 2070, and divided into 10-year blocks from 2030 to 2070, where we hope that we would have fully transited, 40% of our energy use will be nuclear. That means 83 gigawatts that we are hoping to be producing by 2070, 40% makes that nearly 33, if my math is right. 33 gigawatts should be done by nuclear. If so, then we have to look at how we are going to declare our nuclear, how we are going to carry the molecules, the clean molecules around the country to serve as development for every area of Ghana, not only the capital, and a few others, and how people can live decent lives in their various communities where we have to provide them energy. We've done so well in this country that the UN goal, is it 7 or 13? I think it's 7, when it talks about affordable, reliable, clean energy, where SDG goal is that at least 90% of your country must be electrified. We are around 88, just around a little 88.85. Wonderful when you consider sub-Saharan Africa. Ghana is one of probably the most electrified country. But so we hope that His Excellency, the President, who might speak to us this evening, by the time his term of office ends, would have hit that UN SDG goal of energy for all, universal energy for all, which is 90% by the end of next year. That needs tremendous support and partnership, because the last mile is always more difficult than the first mile. And we are on the cusp of the last mile, where we can only get there with a combination of solar and wind energy and battery backup. So we have determined that 40% of our energy requirement, like I said, is going to be provided by nuclear energy. We haven't hidden that. So whatever it is in our interest to have the nuclear energy. And I think that if we all agree that nuclear partnerships are lifelong, probably generational partnership, one you start and your family continues, or your children and your grandchildren continue, is what we call a nuclear partnership, then our friends should be up to support us, to hold our hands, to help us in that direction. It is not die today and live hopefully tomorrow. It is how do we start the steps today? And that is why I still think no matter where we have reached, we need a serious conversation with the Americans. A lovely gentleman sitting amongst you didn't hear me speak about Akosombo when I went to have lunch. But then, when I came back, he showed me a book. I said, Minister, that is the business case. I hope you listen to me on Wednesday. So I'll wait and listen to him before I go and come back in the evening. But the business case has already been made. It was made in the 50s and the 60s. That is not just energy for energy. It's for energy for survival. It's for energy for development. It's for energy for growth. It's for the energy for prosperity. Because when Akosombo was built by the Americans, it was the same geopolitical conversations that we're having. Our friends from that time, it was a bipolar world. Our friends from the other pole were willing to help. Of course, they had been in the country for a very long time. So they wanted to help. And our friends from the other pole said, okay, we'll give you the money. But it was the same president. What he needed most for the country was development for the country, not which pole the money was coming from. Because I haven't seen any pole on any money. Money is money. So he doubled everywhere, and yes, we still belong to a non-aligned movement. So we were part of the non-aligned movement, and we pulled from the left pole, and we pulled from the right pole, we pulled from the north pole, we pulled from the south pole, only for the development of the country. That was his agenda. But people probably misunderstood it, or he didn't say it well. He took money from Americans, 100% support of the American government, 100% support of the American government, to get our only base load energy generating factory in Ghana up to now. That is Akosombo Dam. It is flooding, but yeah, we are spinning, but yes, we still generate the electricity. I want to see that our next big base load energy will be nuclear, supported by the same friends who supported us on our first energy. So we've charted a journey. On the 13th of July, 2021, we signed an MOU understanding our concerning strategic civil nuclear development with yourselves, with Americans. And those areas of cooperation included human resource capacity building, the deployment of the technology itself, and exchange programs, among other things. October 26, 2022, in a conference in Washington, we went ahead and announced a trilateral partnership with United States, Japan, and Ghana. That Ghana commits itself to be on the forefront of promoting SMR in Africa. An agreement we hope to fulfill and abide. We followed up with an intergovernmental agreement. I don't know if it's the same 1, 2, 3 agreement, but we followed up. We've exchanged it, and we are willing to sign, irrespective of our misunderstanding. But that's the whole point of an agreement anyway. If we could agree everything 100%, there would be no need to signing. So once we are going to sign, and we have to sign it and sign it quick. An agreement works in the spirit and in the mind and in the body. That we have to understand that everybody has to be protected with that agreement. It has to be mutually agreeable. And that agreement is to support the deployment of SMRs and establish Ghana as a regional SMR hub. I like what my colleague said on the stage in the first panel, that because of English is not my language, so forget it. So when I make mistakes, I'm not sure whose language it is, really. I'm not sure. There was a competition for who owns English. I thought the Indians are winning now because the largest population. But it is support. And to even make Ghana the regional hub for SMRs. But what is SMR? I loved when my colleague said that is technologies we have used that is going against the industry itself. Because they are all nuclear technologies, big or small, that has existed for a very long time. Maybe we are making it more portable or more scalable. But even that, haven't we have nuclear submarines around this world for over 50 years? How do they live? The same nuclear they are deploying there. That's why actually it is called a nuclear submarine. Or is it only because it is carrying a nuclear warhead, or it can stay under the water for as long as it lives? We've had. And the technology is also old, because in some parts of the world, they've even deployed it on ships to give electricity to parts of the remotest part that I don't know why we go there, because nothing lives there, but we go for the minerals. So we shouldn't make it seem as if we have found, or there's an eureka moment in the nuclear technology. Just like this is said for a very long time. It is how we are going to deploy it, and how we are going to make it scalable, and how we are going to make it portable, and how we are going to make it in sizes that even the poor countries can afford and can deploy with very little addition into their infrastructure. That we support. We support, and we are hoping that Ghana truly, in the advent that we are the headquarters of the African Free Trade Area, and I believe that we are where we are because of trade. We have developed because of trade. Our lives have become better because of trade. We become more prosperous because of trade. And in Africa, the Africa Continental Free Area resides in Ghana. There is nowhere else than an SMR for Africa starting but Ghana. You miss Ghana, you miss the boat, right? You miss Ghana, you miss the boat. It's like playing soccer without loving Messi. Even though I don't love him because I'm a Manchester United supporter. But you have to recognize that, after all, he's the best player. 8 Ballon d'Ors. So we believe that America has got the best technology for us. And I hope you are willing to share. If I had never thought so, the faces I've seen here, the diverse agencies that have come here, gives me the hope and the encouragement that America is serious about this partnership. And I hope we can start putting something on the ground. Paper partnerships don't matter, right? Paper partnerships don't matter. What is happening on the ground matters. And I tell you, if we get something going, it's not late. I hope the papers don't go and report, but it's not late for the Americans to come in and come in a bigger style. Because like I say, and I'm repeating it, our need is about 33 gigawatts that we have to have a plan to develop. And it's going to be a mixture of no matter whether it's medium scale, large scale, small scale. We want all in the country to meet our needs. We are not restricting ourselves to one end of the divide. It's a spectrum. And in every country that is hoping to deploy SMR already has a LNR, large nuclear reactor. It still doesn't change anything because it's not everywhere you can build a dam. And they have a Kosovo, a large dam, and we still are doing micro dams in this country. Why? Do you have to say we won't do because some parts of the country will flood or will spill? We won't do micro and small and medium scale dams. We will do it because we need the energy to live. So in the mind of the team here, bring everything, throw it at us, and let's see what we can do. Because the partnerships must come on and it must survive. We have currently a large sites that are ready for deployment. We are at the almost tail end of identifying who our technology partner is. We have never said anywhere that it should be SMR against large. We haven't said it. What we said is we want something we can deploy. Help we get it clear. We will prefer SMR if it comes. We will prefer LRR if it comes. And we will prefer both if they both come. Because as we speak, as the Minister of Energy, I can put it on record that our demands outstrip our supply. And it is racing, and it's growing at the rate of 10% per year. So we need more than one. We need everything. So we're still looking at what we have brought and still think that there's still room for even more to be brought. It is my hope that the construction of the Ghana's first nuclear power plant, which is the phase 3 of our agenda with IAEA, will commence in accordance with our national nuclear roadmap to enable us to meet our energy demand as well as meet our carbon emission and mitigation targets. The production of adequate electrical power through clean baseload technology will serve as a strong backbone for West Africa Power Pool. All the 16 countries in West Africa are already connected. And putting a plant here, just 2 weeks ago, I was in Cotonou to sign an undertaking of how we'll carry and ferry the energy across different African countries, and especially West Africa. We've already built the West Africa Power Pool project, and we are interconnected in every country, apart from one small one that we don't know how we are going to use the undersea cables to get to them. But we are interconnected. And so putting a plant here can even serve the West African region as a whole. And so it's a win-win situation to base your plant here and to serve the whole of the West African region. Long live the fruitful cooperation between Ghana and the United States of America, and long live our partnership. Thank you.
I think the minister deserves a standing ovation for this. Thank you. You may be seated. And I believe the minister has set the tone for what will be some really, really frank remarks, because he's been quite candid about what he feels and the way he feels about our nuclear journey. I would want to piggyback on that to let us have a conversation, also very frank conversation. He talks about the need for us to have nuclear because it's going to serve as another base load, something that we can have alongside the Akosombo Dam, which is currently giving us about 1,000 plus megawatts. That's about 30% of our needs. But before, and the minister has made it quite clear that Ghana is determined, government is determined that we have nuclear. But you also need the support of the people. So I want us to have a conversation about, and we've had a few of these remarks at this summit, but I want us to have a conversation about what it is that we really need to do to ensure that we bring along the citizens of the various countries on the continent, so that it makes things a lot easier, because nuclear energy is still a very sensitive topic. And if the people don't understand, they're not going to come along. If they resist it, even though it is good for us, it's not going to happen. So I've been told I have to go up, because I don't think I'm that vertically challenged that you can't see me. So I want us to send some of the, we have the ladies with the microphones in the aisles. So just let me know. Just raise your hand, and then the microphone is going to come to you, about how we can get the citizens of the various countries on the continent to come along this nuclear journey, so that it makes it a lot easier for governments who are trying to do the right thing, which is make sure we have enough energy for our development needs. Right there. Thank you. Please mention your name and where you're coming from.
My name is Isaac Osu from the VRA.
All right.
Okay, so
The VRA is the Volta River Authority. That's one of the, well, they manage the Akosombo Dam and a few thermal plants.
yes. Okay, so I usually want to deal with data. So I will first of all want to find out, what is the data saying? I mean, I remember somewhere Ghana wanted to deploy coal, and we're trying to look for a location where we can put our coal. And you could see that communities that were earmarked to be selected for the coal projects were trying to get the project to their communities. I've also been into some meetings where selected sites for nuclear projects has already been earmarked, but I mean the final selection has not been done. And you could see that communities are yearning for such projects. I mean, really, what do Ghanaians care for? We need power for development. And there seems not to be that resistance to nuclear energy. What people resist is doomsday. What do they care about? Cheap source of energy. What do they care about? Reliable source of energy. Something that is affordable. Something that people can work with. As for educating Ghanaians, we can do it. I mean, communities want to be developed. They know that when a nuclear plant is sited close to them, and usually nuclear plants are sited along the coast where you have a lot of water, if it is a large nuclear facility, for cooling. And you could see that communities actually want to lobby for such projects. So for me, there isn't that data that shows that there is this resistance for nuclear deployment in Ghana. What Ghanaians need, really, is cheap source of energy, reliable source of energy, but what we hate is doomsday.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, from your perspective, you feel that there's not that much resistance. Is that the general feeling in the room? Because all it takes is for a few people to come together to instigate the people, and everything is going to change. So you're thinking that, oh, there's not that much resistance. Maybe what you should say, or what we should be doing, is having some conversation or trying to start some study to get people to find out what the people think. So that should answer to the data. There's a gentleman, yes. Let's pass on the microphone. I'll come to you in a bit.
Yeah, thank you very much, Israel. Yeah. My name is Divine Edem Akota, and I'm with Building and Construction Solutions. Now, there's this popular saying, typically when you go to some of these project management courses, we have this interesting N1. You would see that they have built the footbridges at places where the users of the road are not interested in using. What happened? Probably it was all about engagement of stakeholders, exactly what he was saying. Now, in certain instances, in stakeholder engagement, you would see that some stakeholders that are not actually respected go and team up with other stakeholders, and they come with a stronger force. Now, I was trying to mention this yesterday. Once we are able to identify all these stakeholders, get their need, and make sure we address the needs of these stakeholders, we won't have people come and amass and protest and say that, hey, what is nuclear? I don't know, are we going to develop a bomb? But once we are able to send the message, because one thing about change is that it brings a lot of psychological issues in the minds of people. For example, even in an organization, where they tell you there's going to be a merger, there's going to be this, there's going to be that, people go through a lot of psychological issues in their mind. They don't know whether they will be able to meet the challenge or not. So this is not something we should take lightly. It is very important that we get everybody on board, understanding what it is we are doing, so we can get all stakeholders on board for them to come up on the project. For example, one of our members mentioned the issue about one of the states in the US where everybody was rushing, that they want the power plant sited in their community.
Yeah.
Can we say the same about Ghana as things are now? So we need to seriously look at this and make sure we get everybody on board. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll pass the microphone on to the other lady here. Before she actually makes her remarks, I'd just like to add to what you said. What you may see as clamoring in some communities for the nuclear plant to come to them could be a few selfish individuals who have already taken a position, maybe acquired property around that area, knowing that when the plant comes, they will benefit, would make it seem that the community is clamoring for it. Only for the plant to come, and then you get the resistance from the indigents, from the real people who will be affected. So, yes, it may seem as if people are clamoring for the plant to come to them, but it may not be exactly so. Let's hear from you.
My name is Caroline Kwamang, and I'm at the Nuclear Regulatory Authority. With my experience, there are many people who have reservations for the nuclear, because I've encountered a lot of people when I mentioned that I work at the Nuclear Regulatory Authority. Then the first thing is like, oh, are you producing a bomb? Yes. Even yesterday, I posted some pictures on my status, and a colleague of mine was like, oh, bring me a bomb. Yes, and it's an educated person, you see. So I think there is the need for this education. Each and every one of us need to be ambassadors, even in our little corners. just like what happened yesterday. So I had to educate him on the many positive uses of nuclear in this country, which he wasn't even aware of. So we need to do that in our little corners to demystify that notion that nuclear is all about bomb.
All right. Thank you. So the minister actually has a reaction to that. He wants to make a comment. That actually makes this a ministerial remarks.
Thank you. I'll speak for Ghana on this matter. The first president who started this journey with us was every story I've read about, he was communist. But I'm not sure about that, looking at what he did. And that's where we started, in the 60s. And we've continued to date. Actually, there are a lot of the nuclear program that is already happening in this country. When you go to Kwabenya, they've trained doctors, they've trained people. So there are a lot of knowledge that exists. Really, what is in people's mind is the catastrophic events that have happened because of nuclear. And it's been very, very catastrophic. Chernobyl and where? Those that have happened, I don't even know all of the 3 islands. So those are the ones that have stuck in people's mind.
Yeah. Even though with those ones, if you ask, they'll tell you that if you look at the number of people who have actually died as a result of the nuclear, the disaster itself, it's very minimal.
Yes. It happens. They say the safest form of transport is probably rail because of the number it carries. But we still remember the catastrophic events of rail when we hear it every time.
It crashes.
So these things happen. But in this country, there has been a cross-party support that people have not even acknowledged.
It is true. I can say that.
It's been a huge cross-party support. In fact, when we were in Vienna just a few weeks ago, there was a parliamentary delegation that was also in Vienna from both sides of the aisle. And we even happened to meet them and speak to them. So there's that support. In fact, when President Kufuor brought back our agenda on nuclear power, back on stream from the J. Bekwai Commission, it was after President Mahama that we really went back into it again. So you realize that both parties see, like colleagues said, when you don't have the energy, you have to be careful how you speak. I showed a map of Europe, and it's interesting that in France, nearly 80% of their energy needs are catered by nuclear. In almighty Germany, it is not. They were closing even their nuclear power plants, even though it's the safest we have done. But when you look at the energy map of Germany, it is black or brown or dark brown or coffee. Why? Because they are still burning coal, which is the worst form on our. So yes, it's true. We have to do eternal engagement. And countries that have gone through, we have lessons to learn from them.
Yeah.
But so far, politically in this country, we don't have the fights that we normally have. When it's a spillage, is a fight. When it's a dryness, is a fight. But with nuclear, I think both sides have decided that that is the only way Ghana can develop. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So let's take the gentleman with the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Israel. My name is Alfred Okansi, and I am an oil rigger. I work offshore on the rig. I, for one, am very delighted about this event because I believe it sets the pace for a lot of progress. Nuclear energy is fantastic, like the minister said. I mean, once an economy is growing, definitely there is a demand for power. And you need to look at other alternative, cheaper ways of doing business. The major concern that I believe I have, or probably any other ordinary citizen will have, is the understanding, like the way our Madam said. Ghana has about 49 different kinds of languages and tribes, and people's understanding and the way they interpret information is a bit different. So to a larger extent, what we really need to do is to make sure we use all the various media houses in the local parlance and begin to engage people to really understand that this new path for energy is good, and that even though it is good, we need to understand the risk. One of the things we do offshore is that you always have to do a written risk assessment for every job in order not to avoid, any fatality. So I believe that much of the work has to begin to go into understanding what it is, so that people don't think that you're building a nuclear bomb or probably a cluster ammunition or what have you. But it has to go into the local parlance. The Ga man needs to understand what nuclear energy is. The Akan woman needs to understand, the Dagomba, the Dagati. It has to go down. Once it goes down, I believe that we're good to go, so that we don't do things to put ourselves at risk. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Professor Seth Deborah also has the microphone. Let's hear him out.
Thank you very much.
They're very young, Professor Seth Deborah.
It's very important. Thank you very much. And I'm glad these things are coming up. It actually just reinforces the position I've held for quite a long time, that as Ghana and as the nuclear power program, with our policymakers, we are on the right track. Actually, we are starting an initiative from next year, because our budget cycle starts from January. It's called the Nuclear Information, Communication, and Education Campaign. It's being worked on together with the Ministry of Information. We are yet to meet the Ministry of Communication on this. We tried meeting Minister of Education, but I think he was quite busy. We had now Akwabua, who is now our link at the Ministry of Education, so that we can address the whole country using the Ministry of Information's structures that they have in place. So I'm glad these things are coming up, and we will do our best to send that information, communication, education across the country to make sure everybody in this country knows about nuclear, the importance, the benefits, and the potential risk. And the word is, or the phrase is, potential risk. So thank you very much all for actually bringing these things up.
All right. Thank you, Prof. I'll take, I'm biased towards the lady, so I'll take this lady, the one in the brown,
Hello, good morning. My name is Yaini Parapia of the Nuclear Regulatory Authority. I just want to reiterate that in our stakeholder engagement, we should not forget about the children. Children in elementary stages, children in the junior high schools. We should not forget about them, because I remember I was told I was the future leader a few years ago. It feels like just yesterday, and now look at me. I'm old enough to be a leader.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't forget about them. Yesterday, Professor Marshall said we should use age-appropriate language to engage with them. We should get them interested in the nuclear, because they are coming up, they are asking questions. Last week, the women in nuclear, a section of us went to on an outreach to Bright Lady School at Kwabenya. And the questions the children were asking, they are abreast of what's happening. One child asked me, are we to expect a nuclear apocalypse? I was surprised, because I didn't expect that from an 8-year-old. I didn't even know she could say apocalypse. So we should not forget about them. We should engage them and not underestimate the influence these children even have on their parents, because they can say, Mommy, I went to school, we learned about nuclear is good, these are the benefits. And if the parents' mind could be changed from what the child has said, then I think we are...
Okay, all right, thank you. There's this gentleman in the corner who's in beckoning me, so I'd like us to hear from him. Yeah.
Okay, hello, good morning. My name is Emmanuel. I'm a journalist. I've been here for the 3-day program. But to get the message down there, I wondered the number of journalists who are even present in this room. I remember on the first day, we had a few journalists. But they've gone. They did their he said. And I wonder whether you invited journalists to be here throughout the 3-day period. When I went to the office, even my colleague journalists didn't understand the positive effect of nuclear energy. And so to get a message down there, especially my colleagues in the Chi-speaking stations, they have a lot of influence. Once they write against this, it will not work. But once we get them on board, maybe organize a stakeholder engagement for journalists, especially the Chi-speaking ones and the Chi-speaking stations, for them to understand and take the message down there, then we are on the right track. But if we leave the media out, we leave journalists out, editors out, morning show hosts out, then this will come to a naught. So please, let's have a budget, a stakeholder engagement for journalists. And that's what will help. Thank you.
Okay, so I can speak to that because I have been part of a series of engagements with the media. We've actually had training sessions. And yes, those training sessions have included journalists who are with the Akan and local language speaking stations. So yes, that is being done and we'll continue to do that. Let's bring the microphone to the front here. And we'll take, okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then another one here.
My
to the front.
Name is Pokuche from the Office of the Senior Presidential Advisor. On Monday, I remember I raised the issue about the narrative around nuclear energy, which creates certain misunderstandings and misconceptions. And I'm happy that we're talking about the need to really, embark on a proper education of what really nuclear energy is. I think there are two aspects of nuclear which I believe, create that misconception. One is the potential to produce a bomb. And the second, which is, I believe, more pertinent to this one, is the radioactivity. I remember a few months back, I had a conversation with Professor Deborah, and reduced this to the issue of radioactivity, reduce it to, the lowest level that I could properly understand. And he's here, I stand to be corrected. But I got the impression that even we human beings, we produce some radioactivity. So I don't know so if that is the case, that is where the education should start from. That we produce radioactivity, but it's not harmful. So that people will really understand that when you talk of radioactivity, it is not external or exogenous to us. That is from some kind of nuclear production activity which leads to that. So it is that radioactivity that we need to dispel that misconception. And I would, the way he reduced it to that level, once you throw it out there, in fact, I couldn't believe it. That, wow, is it that? Yeah, once you start, you produce radioactivity. So that is where, the education, if we reduce it to that level, very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a...
Well, good morning. If you don't mind, as a visitor to your wonderful country, I'd like to make a comment on some of the points you were making. I'm Lee Petticord. I was on the panel yesterday. I'm a professor of nuclear engineering at Texas A&M University. And you made the extremely important point about local acceptance, the local community, and their understanding nuclear and so on. So I have a suggestion. I'm a professor. I like to give homework assignments. Here's a homework assignment for you. And that is, to the extent possible, for the communities that might be considering for location nuclear, to have them visit another community where nuclear is already present, and to see what that acceptance is And part of your homework assignment is to bring them to Matagorda, Texas, okay? And that is the site of 2 large nuclear power plants in the United States and possibilities for more power plants coming in. And I would like you to meet with some of the key leaders there, particularly a person by the name of Judge Nate McDonald, the senior elected leader, known to some of the people in this room. And he always says that in Matagorda County, a constituency of about 35,000 people, they found that there was one person not excited about nuclear. 1 out of 35,000. And she changed her mind when she saw the benefits of nuclear. So perhaps working together as part of this collaboration and partnership, bring some of the local communities and visit, bring the journalists as well too, okay? And see what community acceptance is like. The other comment I'd like to make is we had this tremendous discussion yesterday led by Alicia Duncan on the attitudes of young people and how they listen to their parents and so on. And I think the conclusion was they don't. But their parents listen to them. And so I second the remarks of our colleague from the regulatory authority of connecting with the young people. They are sponges for information. They want to learn. They want to understand about radioactivity, how it's pervasive. We're handling it all the time. So I think connecting with the young people, they will be able to carry this message. They want to understand. They want to understand about the benefits, about the implications for Ghana, for their communities. And so I thought the remarks by the minister were tremendous, how exciting for you in Ghana with this kind of leadership and commitment to nuclear. And we look forward to seeing you all in Texas sometime soon.
Thank you very much. So the invitation is very well noted. We'll take one final remark from the very end, get into the rear of the hall, and then we're going to go for a coffee break. Now, during the coffee break, I'll leave you with something I want you to discuss so that we can have a conversation on that a little later. But yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Samir. I wanted to say I'm really proud of the minister for the remarks he made. I actually had my thesis work in SMRs, so I support them a lot. But hearing him say that for the purposes of our development, they are going to consider both SMRs and then the large ones made me very happy. Why? Because I knew that once you say SMR, the maximum output that you can get wouldn't be more than 300 megawatts electric power. And so I began to imagine, so the desalination, district heating, which is not even applicable to us in Ghana, we don't have winter, hydrogen production and all that, to what scale were we going to go? How much in terms of money is that going to put in the economy? If you were considering, for instance, the reactor I looked at, the KLT-40S could just take 60 people manning it. So that means that even in employment, you'll not be able to cater for the 1,500 people that you want to give employment to. So I'm really proud of him for saying that we need to look at our mix. With regards to what we can do, I think that with the youth involvement, which is something I've been a part of, what Ghana should do is that we look at the needs of various countries. For instance, I know for sure Rwanda doesn't want nuclear power, but they want the nuclear applications. They want radioisotope. We could look at supplying them. South Africa needs radioisotope. They even have a reactor. So Ghana can look at taking some of these things from them. The MRIs are into place today in our hospitals, and we need to supply these things. So if Ghana wants to be the hub of SMRs, some of these places should be things we should look at. I came all the way from, I think, in Sawam, and we all know how bad the road is. And I had to definitely use road transport. If we had abundant energy, probably we could use railway, which we don't. Or probably in developed countries where you have subways that will take you over 30 kilometers in 10 minutes. So I would like to say that Ghana should look into other applications of the nuclear power. You don't need to agree with people. If you can give me what I need. Lesotho is found in South Africa. They don't agree with the South Africans, but the South Africans have a way of asking them for water, and then that they don't have, they give it in place of electricity. We could as well do that. Advocacy is continuous. Even when we have a nuclear power, we still need to do the advocacy, and that wouldn't end. So till we have the reactor, some of these things, we can address them properly. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, thank you. So as I said, we're going to go for the coffee break, but this is what I want to leave you with as you go, for you to consider. We all in this room, at least, I believe virtually all of us agree that we need to have nuclear energy. But it has also been said that for us to get the full benefits or realize the full benefits of nuclear energy, it's supposed to be affordable. If it's not affordable, we're not going to benefit that much from it because people then can't pay. And then it comes back to like using thermal, which is a lot more expensive. We can't also export it if it's too expensive. So the West African power pool, which we would want to feed in to, it's not likely to work. So what do we do to ensure that the nuclear plant that we're going to get in this country, whether SMRs or NLRs, are going to give us affordable electricity? Right now, the cheapest we have in Ghana is Akosombo. If we are to bring on another Akosombo-like plant in the form of nuclear, it has to be that affordable. What do we do to ensure that we get that? Because a lot of the time, and again, I'm turning to the knowledge I have about the sector, in procuring the electricity or the energy, the processes that we go through corrupts the system, and then we end up with a lot more, or paying a lot more than we should be paying for the electricity. And at that point, it's not that helpful. So please, as we go for the coffee break, I would want us to consider that. We'll come back to that conversation a little later. Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee break. technology initiatives and infrastructure services. So we're going to have Carol Berrigan and Todd Abriano join us up on stage. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Today he's looking so Carol's going to go first to give us her keynote remarks, and then we'll have to. Okay.
Good morning. Israel, thank you so much for the kind introduction. You may notice I'm not Maria Korsnick, as indicated in your program. My name is Carol Berrigan. I am NEI's Executive Director for Federal Programs and Supplier Relations. It is an absolute pleasure to be with you today. I have to say, I think about our engagement as NEI with Ghana and with other partners in Africa, and I have to tell you, it has been inspiring to see the level of enthusiasm and commitment to new nuclear energy. We hosted a delegation from Ghana in May in Washington, D.C., and met again with a delegation from Ghana and other countries on the continent during the IAEA's General Conference in September. And it really is so impressive to me to see all of the engagement going on around nuclear energy. And I was especially excited today to meet some fellow fellow women in nuclear members from Ghana just during the coffee break. It was really great to see you and to connect with you. So a little bit about the Nuclear Energy Institute. As Maria mentioned on Monday, NEI is the policy organization for the commercial nuclear and technology industry based in Washington, D.C. We represent more than 340 organizations across the nuclear industry. That includes utilities, reactor vendors, constructors, suppliers, including fuel suppliers, universities, community colleges, law firms, labor unions, consultants, really across the entire value chain for the nuclear industry, from construction to operations to ultimate decommissioning. And it's great to be here with you today and hear the enthusiasm in sessions around what is happening here in Africa and to share what's happening in the US and other countries. As Maria mentioned at the beginning of the week, the US is completely committed to next generation nuclear reactors. The Department of Energy estimates that nuclear capacity in the US could triple by 2050, which translates to hundreds of new reactors. In the earlier session, your minister spoke about the need for nuclear for baseload here in Ghana, and I want to share with you a little bit of very high-level thoughts around how advanced nuclear energy can make a substantial contribution in terms of system benefits, helping to provide long-term price stability, reliable and dispatchable when needed generation, integration with renewable resources and storage to ensure the reliability of a grid, the efficient use of the investments already made in the transmission system. Of course, the environmental benefits of nuclear in terms of no air pollution, no CO2 emissions, and then importantly for a number of the advanced reactor technologies that you'll hear about today, as well as others, the opportunity for a black start capability or the opportunity to operate independently of a grid. But what's important about nuclear is not only the grid applications, it's also the breadth of applications that can help drive economies forward by providing versatility. So thinking about decarbonizing your entire economy, as well as driving forward commitments in terms of climate and fueling development nuclear energy, advanced nuclear energy, can provide options. These options include electrification, and as we move towards cleaner energy systems, more and more of our economies will become electrified. Includes hydrogen production. Nuclear energy can produce hydrogen as part of a clean energy portfolio, and other process heat applications as you think about decarbonizing other industries as countries move to develop and want clean development. The US companies, such as the ones you'll hear from today, are at the forefront of designing next generation reactors and bringing them online. I want to talk a little bit about why it's important for the partnership between the US and countries here participating. With partnership with the US, the industry gives you access to unparalleled technology and expertise. This helps strengthen security of countries and partners, including by providing resilient 24/7 electricity, helping ensure energy independence, and helping with economic stability. It will also strengthen bilateral ties between our countries. You heard the minister mention in the opening remarks that nuclear energy forms a generational relationship between countries. These plants are built, they operate, and are decommissioned. That could be a century-long relationship. That is our generation, our children's generation, and our children's children's generation, gaining the benefits of clean and reliable nuclear energy. In terms of bilateral partnership, nuclear energy can form the basis of a strategic partnership. It is the hallmark of US partnership with our closest allies. Partnership with the US also strengthens nuclear expertise. You heard so much of the conversation in our session on Monday about partnership and sharing. That's a really important part of partnership with the US. And finally, industrial partnership is a key element of partnership with the US. You'll be hearing later in this session and in the following one from some of NEI's member companies. I encourage you to engage with these companies during the conference and learn even more about their innovative technologies and world-class services. At NEI, we want to continue to engage with you as you go on your journey towards developing a world-class nuclear energy program that will support your energy security, climate, and development goals. We look forward to being your partner. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. As the leader of the United States Nuclear Industry Council, which represents the U.S. advanced civil nuclear industry, it is truly a pleasure to be here in Africa for this first ever U.S.-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit. It is an incredibly exciting time to be working in nuclear. And as Ghana and other like-minded countries across the African continent continue to race down the track to becoming new nuclear nations, the U.S. companies and organizations you will hear from today are prepared to assist your countries in crossing the finish line. These companies and organizations are not only at the forefront of the United States advanced nuclear industry, but represent some of the best advanced nuclear solutions anywhere in the world. Here today, the United States brings to the stage the preeminent proving ground for new nuclear technologies in Idaho National Laboratory, a best-in-class transportation provider for the front and back ends of the fuel cycle in Edlo International Company, a globally recognized technical and regulatory consultancy for the advanced nuclear industry in Excel Services Corporation, and 3 of the most innovative and award-winning advanced nuclear developers in the world, representing various types and sizes of advanced reactors, from microreactors to small modular reactors to large light water reactors, in X-Energy, Westinghouse, and TerraPower. Now, if there's one thing I'm confident of, it is that the organizations you will hear from today as well as the scores of other organizations the U.S. Nuclear Industry Council represents, we are all ready and willing to help you reach your goals of bringing advanced nuclear energy to your countries. And there is one other thing I'm confident of, which is that with the limited time we have here today, you would much rather hear from them than me. So with that being said, let's get started. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of the senior advisor to the president, Yasafo Mafo, who has joined us. So yes, we go straight on to the next session. I'm just going to ask them to come on stage. And we'll try as much as possible to stay within time for the sessions. All right.
Thank you for the invitation to come to Ghana and for the opportunity to share about TerraPower's efforts to make advanced nuclear energy a reality. I'd especially like to thank Alicia Duncan, Seth Deborah, and their teams for all of the incredibly hard work in organizing this fantastic conference. This is the first time TerraPower has spoken in Africa about our Natrium project, and I'm excited to share our progress with you. TerraPower was founded over 15 years ago by our chairman, Bill Gates, with a group of like-minded visionaries that decided the private sector needs to take action in developing advanced nuclear energy to meet growing electricity needs, mitigate climate change, and enable access to clean energy everywhere. As Maria Korsnick noted in her remarks on Monday, there are roughly 600,000 people in Africa without access to electricity. TerraPower was formed to help close that gap. TerraPower has 3 foundational pillars to our business. First, we are developing an advanced small modular reactor called Natrium. Natrium is a sodium-cooled fast reactor that we will deploy near a retiring coal plant in Wyoming by 2030. Second, we are developing a molten chloride fast reactor for deployment in the next few decades. And third, we are transforming the fight against cancer by advancing the next generation of medical isotopes through our Isotopes program, which is focused on increasing the supply of actinium-225, which will be used by pharmaceutical companies to develop new cancer treatments. But today, I'd want to focus on our Natrium reactor. Natrium is a 345 megawatt sodium-cooled fast reactor coupled with a molten salt energy storage system. Due to its innovative design, Natrium can boost its output to 500 megawatts for more than 5.5 hours to serve peak demand. Natrium builds off of existing nuclear plant technology, but differs from existing light water plants in 3 ways. First, it's smaller. Natrium is much smaller than most conventional nuclear plants. This means it's easier and faster to construct and is more cost-effective for our customers. This also allows for smaller emergency planning zones. Second, it's safer. By using liquid metal sodium near atmospheric pressure as our coolant, Natrium enhances safety and can reduce costs by using simpler architecture, which is different from existing light water reactors. And finally, it integrates perfectly with renewables like wind and solar. The reactor's heat can be stored in molten salt tanks, much like a large battery. This enables Natrium to operate as a baseload power source or as a flexible load-following system to support grids with renewable energy. At the same time, the cost of the overall plant is reduced since many of the systems outside of the nuclear island do not need to be nuclear grade. To develop Natrium, we have brought together an amazing team with extensive experience on large-scale nuclear projects, first-of-a-kind technology delivery, and power generation operations. Along with GE Hitachi and our utility partner Pacificor, members of our team include Bechtel and nearly a dozen additional companies, universities, and national laboratories like the Idaho National Lab. Beyond its design, another unique aspect of our reactor is its fuel. Natrium uses high-assay, low-enriched uranium, or HALEU. HALEU is a new class of nuclear fuel where uranium is enriched above 5% but less than 20%. HALEU allows Natrium to produce energy more efficiently while reducing the volume of waste produced from the reactor when compared to today's operating fleet. Just last month, and for the first time, commercial enrichment cascades began producing HALEU in the United States at a facility in Ohio. This facility is run by Centrus, an American uranium enrichment company, which TerraPower recently signed a memorandum of understanding with. The purpose of that MOU is to explore expanding our collaboration aimed at establishing commercial-scale domestic production capabilities of HALEU to meet our timeline of deploying Natrium in Wyoming by 2030. Before that facility was operational, the only significant source of HALEU in the world was Russia, and TerraPower has made a commitment to not use Russian fuel enrichment services after their illegal invasion of Ukraine. We also note the commitment of the Biden administration and Congress to reestablish a commercial domestic supply chain for uranium enrichment, deconversion, and transportation in the United States. Just last week, we were very excited to see the Biden administration's ask for $2.2 billion for uranium enrichment in its domestic supplemental request for Congress. We are also very excited for the Department of Energy to begin the procurement of HALEU through their HALEU availability program, which will be the keystone of the United States to reestablish a commercial supply chain for domestic uranium enrichment. In terms of licensing Natrium, we are actively working with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We have had very encouraging pre-application engagement with the staff at the NRC, and we intend to submit our formal license application under the Part 50 licensing pathway in March of 2024. All of our progress on Natrium has been made possible with TerraPower's unique public-private partnership with the United States government. In 2020, TerraPower won a competition to partner with the Department of Energy's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. The purpose of this program is to design, license, construct, and demonstrate an advanced nuclear reactor by the end of this decade. Our public-private partnership focuses on speed and innovation and features a 50-50 cost share between the United States and TerraPower. The program commits the United States government to provide up to $2 billion for the construction of Natrium. A majority of that $2 billion has already been appropriated in the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. TerraPower and our partners will match the United States $2 billion investment dollar for dollar. An example of this was just last year when we raised $830 million in private capital, which is the largest private fundraise of any advanced nuclear company ever. For the location of our reactor, we have chosen to site Natrium in the city of Kemmerer, Wyoming in the western United States. Kemmerer currently hosts a coal plant that has about 100 workers and is scheduled to close in the next few years. In choosing Kemmerer, we went through an extensive selection process. We started by evaluating 4 potential communities in Wyoming, each with a coal plant that will be shutting down later this decade. We spent 5 months visiting each community, collecting data, and evaluating that information against our regulatory and project requirements. Our decision to choose Kemmerer was because it best met the criteria necessary for licensing, construction, and operation. Other factors include community support, the physical characteristics of the site, the ability to obtain an NRC license, access to existing infrastructure, and the needs of the grid. Since Kemmerer is a coal community, it means the current workforce is already highly skilled and understands what it takes to produce energy and to support major energy construction projects. Our relationship with Kemmerer has been incredibly positive since we announced the project, and they are eager for us to get started and to break ground, which will happen early next year. To build Natrium, we estimate that around 1,600 workers will be needed for construction at the project's peak. Once the plant is operational, around 250 workers will support day-to-day activities, including plant security. Those 250 jobs will remain in the community for many decades to come. There are many similarities between running a coal plant and the power system that generates electricity for Natrium. While there are some jobs that are unique to nuclear, there are many other jobs where the skills possessed by the existing coal workforce are transferable, which is what Dr. Petticord was discussing on yesterday's panel. One of the reasons we are building at the site of a retiring coal plant is to utilize and train the existing workforce in these communities on the Natrium system. While we're focused on constructing our first Natrium reactor in Wyoming, we are already taking steps to look at building the next several Natrium units elsewhere. Last year, we signed a memorandum of understanding with our utility partner, Pacificor, to evaluate the feasibility of deploying up to 5 additional Natrium reactors. in Utah and Wyoming. Beyond that, we are looking internationally to export and build Natrium in Africa, Europe, and Asia. To conclude, I just want to say I was struck by Alicia Duncan's words on Monday when she said that what we need to do to push nuclear forward is to speak boldly and to act boldly. I take that to heart, and that's why I'm passionate about TerraPower and the progress that we're making. We are acting boldly and with urgency. We have an innovative and competitive advanced reactor design with a world-class team of engineers and experts. We have a community that is welcoming and eager to host our reactor. We have the financing through our unique public-private partnership with the United States government, and we have the urgency to act as we plan to start moving Earth at the reactor site next year. When I began this discussion, I mentioned that TerraPower was founded to help close the gap in energy access around the world. As we deploy our first Natrium reactor in Kemmerer, we will demonstrate the reliability and flexibility of Natrium. Looking at Africa's growing energy needs and the need to integrate intermittent and baseload sources of generation, Natrium will offer the flexibility and reliability to expand energy access on the continent. We look forward to making advanced nuclear energy a reality. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Our next speaker is from Westinghouse.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we
okay,
can.
Very good. So I decided to maybe make a combination of Israel and Oprah and kind of walk around on stage as I give my presentation. But before I start, I wanted to share a couple things that address one of the gentleman's comments on sharing facts about radioactivity. So how many of you eat bananas? Okay, so you've eaten something that's radioactive. I won't tell anyone. How many of you drink beer? Last night, tonight, you might. All right, so you're ingesting something that is radioactive. So those are two little facts that you can share with your friends and family that might help dispel some of that anxiety around radioactivity. Those exit signs probably have a little bit of radioactivity in them. If you have a glow-in-the-dark watch, that has a little bit of radioactivity in it. And we're all healthy and fine and living just wonderful lives. A little bit about me. I am a mother of 2 children. They are much taller than me now, but they have grown up in this industry, seeing me work very diligently to promote nuclear energy for over 25 years. And as children often do, they say, I'm never going to follow in your footsteps. I don't know if that's the same in the Ghanaian culture and the African culture. Is it or is it not? A little bit, right? They don't want to listen to parents. But I heard yesterday that it's a little bit stricter in the culture here. But nonetheless, I think that rebellious part of children often comes through. Well, something happened along the way because my son is majoring in engineering and public policy. And I have spent a little bit of my time in public policy. And my daughter is planning to major in material science and engineering. And that is what my majors are in. So, you know, what I want to share with you is that exposure matters. Talking about what you do to your friends, your family, school children matters. If they can see what you are, they know that that's an option for them in the future. And so when we're talking about the workforce and the lack of welders and pipe fitters and engineers that we are going to have to build all of these reactors that I promise you I'm going to tell you about in a second. It does matter how we talk about what we do and why we do what we do. And I'm going to tell you why I do what I do, and then I promise you I will get to my prepared remarks. So I got into this industry almost by accident. My dissertation work was on synthesis of ultrafine powders, and the US Navy was interested in that work for developing new nuclear fuel for the aircraft carriers and submarines. And I know the minister talked about nuclear navies in his speech, so that bit resonated with me. I can't tell you any more about that because it was quite confidential and I'd have to take you out back. No, just kidding. But that's how I got into this industry. During my time at Bettis Atomic Power Laboratory, I had the privilege of going to visit Newport News Shipyard in Virginia in the United States. And I got to stand inside where the reactor was going to sit, inside the reactor compartment, essentially, of the US Ronald Reagan as it was being constructed. And I looked up several stories and I realized this little thing that I'm working on back in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the US, how many of you have a candy dish in front of you? Hold up that little piece of candy that's in that candy dish, right? So that little piece of candy, was something that size is what I was developing. And I thought that little piece of candy, something that size, that fuel, is going to power this behemoth of a ship to defend my country. So that was turning point number one to keep me in the industry. Turning point number two was when my pesky children were born. And I wanted them to inherit a world, an environment that was much better than what I grew up in. I would spend summers growing up every 3 or 4 years going to India. That's where my parents are from. And I remember at the end of the day, taking a white washcloth to my face, and it would come out black. That's how much soot was in the air from fossil fuel. And I said, this is not how I want my children to grow up. And so that's why I stay in this industry. And you have already heard, and you're already, I think, committed to why nuclear is good. But that's why I stay here, and that's my story. Now, I will get to my prepared remarks. The title of this is Westinghouse Technology Solutions, Reactors from 5 to 1,000 megawatts, or greater than 1,000 megawatts. And the reason I did this in this particular title is from one very specific question that I had during a conference in Nairobi. A woman stood up, she's an engineer, and she looked at me and she said, "Why are you talking to me about just SMRs?" And I said, well, it's kind of an SMR conference, so that's what I was focusing on. And she said, "Do you think that I cannot afford a gigawatt-scaled reactor?" And I said, "By no means. That is not what I think." And so I realized in that moment, in that exchange, that I need to talk about the breadth of what we can offer and let a community decide what they need versus the other way around, right? Versus us being presumptuous. So I am very, very privileged to be at Westinghouse, where we do have a portfolio of reactors from 5 to 1,000 megawatts. So let me tell you a little bit about that. There we go. One of the speakers earlier, I think it was on Monday, spoke about the UN and the Sustainable Development Goals. How many of you are familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals? There's 17 of them. Okay. All right. So most of you in the front row should be raising your hand. All right. UN has said that energy is central to nearly every major challenge and opportunity that the world faces today. So we are in an industry that will have a domino effect on the prosperity of our communities all around. Specifically, nuclear aligns to at least 10 of those 17 Sustainable Development Goals put forth by the UN. In the area, and I'm not going to read them all word by word, I promise, but in the area of greenhouse gas emissions, resource intensity, and energy security, and energy safety. The next slide shows, maybe, there we go, energy efficiency and energy security. And I want to highlight energy security, because it talks to affordable and clean energy, and we've heard a lot about affordable, and we all know that nuclear is clean. This last one, sorry, Sustainable Development Goal 18. Am I clicking too fast? I talk fast, I must be clicking too fast too. There we go, Sustainable Development Goal 18. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, whether that be academia, a lab, a company, a family. Nuclear supports all 10 of those Sustainable Development Goals. All right, so a little bit about Westinghouse. We are a company of over 9,000 employees worldwide. I'm just going to give my talk, and I don't know what slides are going to pop up here. We're over 9,000 employees worldwide. We have 90 different facilities in 21 different countries. Notably, 3 of those facilities are fuel fabrication facilities. One is in Columbia, South Carolina, where I also lived. You heard Commissioner Wright talk about that yesterday, where Columbia, South Carolina is the sister city to Accra, and that's really a proud moment to talk about. The other facility is in Västra, Sweden, and the other is in the UK in Springfield. And I want to go back to that energy security and that energy independence piece. On September 10th of this year, Westinghouse delivered nuclear fuel to the Ukrainian plant of Rivne. And why that is important, and why it's a very proud moment for me and for Westinghouse, is that we are able to help utilities wean themselves off of reliance on Russian fuel and develop energy security and energy independence for themselves. Nuclear does that. And that has been highlighted by the geopolitics that we're seeing and unfortunately have seen very strongly over the past year and a half. And Westinghouse technology is responsible for over 50% of the technology operating around the world that's nuclear technology. We have support in nuclear fuel, I mentioned that. We perform component and manufacturing. We provide engineering services. We also provide staffing services and training. And so there was some conversation around training and training the workforce. Westinghouse and our subsidiaries provide that type of support when it is needed and when folks are ready for it. And we do develop new reactors, and that's what I'm going to focus on for the rest of my time here. We have our AP1000 reactor. That's our gigawatt-sized reactor. That's the largest reactor that we sell. We have our smallest reactor. That's our eVinci microreactor, 5 megawatts. In between, we have the AP300 small modular reactor. The S merely stands for small. The M stands for modular, which means that we factory fabricate most of the components and then assemble them on site, which allows for more efficient construction and more cost-effective construction. And then for all of those options, as well as to complement any sort of renewable energy source, we have a pumped thermal energy storage product, which offers long-duration energy storage to complement not only our nuclear reactors, but also renewable sources. Our eVinci reactor can be used for a variety of different applications, including supporting remote mining operations, including supporting off-grid communities that currently rely on very expensive diesel to be trucked in. We have interest from the military to support strategic military applications. You already heard about hydrogen generation and water desalination, process heat that can be provided to manufacturing sites, as well as district heating that can be provided to communities that need it. Universities are interested in this because they also have decarbonization targets, and this is a perfect size to power our campus. And finally, critical infrastructure like hospitals. And how many of you rely on your cell phones 24/7, pretty much? Yeah? Or if it went down for an hour or two, you're okay? No. So that's critical infrastructure in my book. So data centers, IT support centers, all of those are interested in microreactor technology and specifically in eVinci. So our AP1000 technology, for those that may not be familiar, it's a Generation 3 plus plant. It has fully passive safety systems. This design incorporates all of the requirements as well as enhancements that are expected and actually are sort of a plus-up from those devastating 3 incidents that we discussed earlier this morning. And it's only 3. But they do incorporate that and they address that so that such an incident could not happen. It has a very small footprint compared to our competitors in terms of the land use that is needed per megawatt output. And that's really important when land use is at a premium or when you want to site these reactors close to a population center. So our advantage is that this technology, the AP1000 technology, has been licensed in the United States, in the UK, and in China. We have 12 AP1000 reactors that are either completed or undergoing construction. So 4 are successfully operating in China, 1 is successfully operating in the US, and the second one in the US is due to come online any week now. This here shows the map of other countries that either have submitted contracts or are preparing contracts for AP1000. I won't go through all of them, but there are several, and actually there's more that aren't listed here, and some of the data has been updated as we speak over the past week. Can we play the video? Do I need to do anything? This is a video for AP300, our small modular reactor. While we're waiting, you can probably watch it on YouTube. Why don't we keep moving in the spirit of time? Yes? Okay, yeah. Israel's given me the, okay. We'll keep moving. It's on YouTube. You just look up AP300 SMR. Our AP300 small modular reactor is the only reactor that is based on proven technology that has been licensed, constructed, and operating successfully around the world. We have 20 AP1000 reactor years of operation, which is based on over 30 years of advanced licensing technology. This reactor can be deployed on less than 0.4 acres for its safety-related footprint. So that's less than 0.4 acres. And I'm not sure I have the schematic in this deck, but that's 1/4 the size of a football pitch. Football, F-U-T, football pitch. So it's small. It's meeting the SMR definition there. It's based on proving technology, so it's a 300 megawatt electric output, and it uses the same passive safety systems as our AP1000 technology. Oh, there's the footprint. Let's see if it comes back. Oh, there we go. So you can see on the soccer or the football pitch there, it's small footprint, as well as it requires the least land mass use per megawatt output. We intend to have this design ready for construction in 2030, and that timeline is based on our experience of constructing AP1000 reactors. So we do believe it's quite the realistic timeline. So let me stop there because I want to end with our technology for AP1000 is more than possible. It's proven. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Good morning, Africa. My name is Jack Edlow. I am from the United States, even though I look like I'm from Africa, because we all come from Africa, I want you to know, so we should all be like Africa. I run a company called Edlow International Company, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about us, but not too much. And I'm going to tell you a lot about what I think should be going on between the US and Africa, especially Ghana. So first of all, greetings to the advisor to the president, to the minister, to Director General Magwood, commissioners, other ministers present, dignitaries, all formalities observed. Thank you very much. Okay, so Edlow International Company is a service company in the nuclear industry, providing transport services. There's lots and lots of things that are radioactive in the world, and they all have to be transported. You know, uranium is mined in some places and enriched in other places, and fuel is made in factories around the world. But it all has to come to the reactors. And then afterwards, used fuel has to go places. And this is a lot of transportation. That's what my company does. It started in 1957. My father, in fact, started this company, and he started working in Africa in the 1960s. Yes, long time ago. And so Edlow International has long experience, even in Africa, in the nuclear industry. So I'm very, very proud to be here. Now, transportation is something we all have and we all use, and we take it for granted. How many people have used transportation today? Should be everybody. What kind of transportation did you use? A car. Anybody use something else? Motorbike? Anybody use an elevator today? Yeah, elevator is a form of transportation, vertical transportation. Anybody arrive by airplane? I don't know. Anyway, so transportation is everywhere. Everybody uses transportation, and you take it for granted unless something goes wrong, right? And something goes wrong all the time in transportation, and that's what we specialize in. I don't see my vice president friend, Sean. She was sitting just here, but you can meet her later, and she can tell you lots of stories, as can I. But I didn't really come here today to tell you much about transportation, because I want to talk about this book, which the minister kindly mentioned earlier today. This book is called Volta, Man's Greatest Lake, and it's about Akasambo Dam. Now, why do I mention this? Because Akasambo Dam is a very important project initiated by the United States and here in Ghana. President Eisenhower thought of it. President Kennedy implemented it along with Ghanaian officials. It also included Kaiser Aluminum Company, which built what? What did they build? Valco, exactly. People know all this already, but this was an intergovernmental project with public and private investments. That's the model that we need today. It was for energy, minister, right? It was for energy, but it also created water, right? It created jobs because Valco came and created jobs, which are still here all these years later. Nuclear power is the next goal for this, and that's what the minister saw in his vision. Excellent vision that he laid out, and what the United States needs to do is to continue this exact model, only using nuclear power. It can use TerraPower, it can use Westinghouse, it can use other companies which you're going to hear from, or it can use all of them. Maybe you need all of these. You need micros to decarbonize, you need small modulars, maybe you need large baseload. It's up to you to decide. But here's the thing. The minister's right. Africa can do this. Africa doesn't have to be last. It doesn't have to be last. Africa can do science. Where was the first heart transplant done? South Africa, in Africa, okay? Who is building the largest radio telescope in the world right now? Africa, not just South Africa. All of Africa is contributing. Africa can do these things. Africa went from no phones to cell phones. They didn't have to go to the Princess phone or the dial-up phone. They could go directly. Africa can do science. Africa can do engineering. Africa should do these things. Africa can be first. No reason Africa should wait, and certainly not Ghana. Ghana was not first reactor. Who in Africa had the first reactor? Who? No, I didn't see. Belgian Congo had a reactor in 1959. Africa has had reactors a long time. And then South Africa had the first power reactors in Africa. But it's time for Africa to continue this activity and to be first. So stand up, Africa. Team up with the United States. Get your governments to work together. Get your industry to work together. United States reactor vendors should bring other industrial partners to come in to use some of it, like Akasambo did with Valco. Valco teamed, they used some of the power, Ghana got some of the power. It's a model. I recommend this book to you. This copy will belong to the minister. All right? You can borrow it from him. You can borrow it from him, okay? He can publish this, okay? You can buy this book online as a used book. This one is from the 1960s, so you can find this book, and maybe the minister will let you look at it too, okay? Use this model because Africa needs to do these things. You can stand up. It doesn't have to be just Ghana alone. You can team up regionally. It doesn't have to be just Kenya alone. You can team up regionally. I met with the Mozambican minister yesterday. They can take power. They can share power, like they do with Cahora Bassa Dam. They have a dam also. See, you're not the only one with a dam, but you had it first. So the answer is that EDLO International Company and all the work I've done in Africa for so many years, we can help you in transportation or in other things. But NEI and NIC and the US government agencies, we're here to help Africa get what it needs too. So thank you very much for the attention. I'm happy to answer your questions, but I say Ghana and Africa should move first. Thank you very much, Africa.
All right, so thank you very much. So I'm sure you have your questions for all three of them. Essentially, they've told you what it is that they have on offer. Now, if you have any questions for them at all, they're ready to take your questions. So if you have your questions for Westinghouse or Edlo, anybody at all, just let us know. You do? Okay, so let's get the microphone to the gentleman in the far back. Yes. A microphone is coming to you. Good.
Thank you very much. I am Marcel Bedi from School of Nuclear and Applied Sciences. I've heard the various companies, and they talk mainly about what they have to offer, but I want to ask, do they have any plans to partner with our academic institutions to work with those who are studying, maybe in terms of nuclear research or something like that? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Sure, so I'll answer for Westinghouse. We have a rich history of partnering with academic institutions. I'll pick on one because I met somebody yesterday who's going to Penn State University for her PhD. We have provided instructors actually to those institutions. We have sponsored senior design projects, and we often also support our employees going back to school for an advanced degree. So research is definitely key. Just recently, I actually was part of a kickoff at a project at University of Michigan, a research project on looking at neutron irradiation versus ion irradiation. And that actually will benefit all of the industry if we can actually prove that there are very much similarities that the regulator will accept on materials irradiated both ways. So there is definitely a rich history, and I know Westinghouse is not alone in that, but it requires a reach out as well. We need to see the interest, we need to hear the interest. Please raise your hand, let us know that you're interested. I myself serve on 2 different academic advisory boards for their nuclear engineering programs to advise on what curricula they need, and most recently what we have done is advise that they need more content on advanced reactors, because that is what students that are coming into the industry are interested in and what we need from them coming out. So there's a variety of touch points with academic institutions, and it is very, very vital that we continue to do that, because without academia, our pipeline for talent is going to run dry very quickly.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have some questions in the back. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Samir. Please, a quick question. None of you talked about the full lifetime of the reactors. I wanted to know how long the fuel campaign is, and whether the reactors use the closed system, and then how the spent fuel are dealt with. Thank you.
Who would want to take that? Okay.
For eVinci, for our 5 megawatt microreactor, it is a minimum 8-year fuel life. You can actually run it longer if you don't use it at full power, and it is designed to load follow, so it's a minimum of 8 years. For AP300, it's a 3-year fuel cycle, and for AP1000, it's a little bit shorter. So that's, I think, part 1. And then part 2, in the United States, we do not have a permanent repository at the moment. The used fuel from utilities is being stored in casks on site safely, and it can continue to be stored that way for the life of that plant. There are efforts in the US, but there are already repositories around the world, and there are other options around the world for used fuel, and so I absolutely think that Ghana and other African nations could partake in those other options in the absence of a permanent repository that the U.S. has. You don't need to use ours, right? So there are recycling fuel options. There are technologies that actually are touting that they can use used fuel in their process. So you're going to start to minimize the used fuel that actually exists. And I didn't even talk about it here because Israel was going to just yank me off the stage. But we have a lead-fast reactor concept that actually does close the entire fuel cycle, and that's for deployment in the late 2030s, 2040s.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Yes, sir. Answer your question about the back end, the recycling of the fuel, or what to do with spent fuel. So there are two different types of fuel cycles that have operated. The research reactor fuel cycle process has operated for 60 years with that fuel at high enriched or at 19% being returned to the countries of origin. That's correct. So the United States has taken back fuel, Russia has taken back fuel, and China has taken back fuel, including when they converted the reactor here in Ghana from high enriched to low enriched to spent fuel went back to China. Okay? So that's the way research reactors have operated. The power reactor system has never operated that way. It's been, it goes to the country keeps it, right? That's one way to do it. It's another way. That works for big countries like the United States and France and Russia and places like that, but maybe that wouldn't be optimum for you. So how you decide to run your fuel cycle for your next generation of reactors here is up to you. Maybe you don't want to own the fuel, okay? That's up to you to talk with your suppliers to see what you can do. But there has to be flexibility going forward for countries who want to have the nuclear energy but don't want to have the fuel. So think about how you would do that and discuss this with your suppliers going forward. Different countries might have different views on this, okay? Because for 19% material, which is not for, that would be the TerraPower type fuel or others, X Energy you'll hear from, that's the same as the research reactor fuel. Maybe it should be treated the same. Just my personal suggestion. Thank you.
All right.
Just real quick, for the Natrium reactor, our fuel cycle loading is 18 months. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My question is relative to the fuel politics. I think there is this geopolitical things that are going on, and I think one of the presenters mentioned Ukraine, where they had to supply fuel to Ukraine. What are the assurances? I mean, going for a particular technology also exposes you to this geopolitical fuel stuff that goes on. So what are the assurances? I mean, if we go for, let's say, the American technology or the Russian technology, what happens? I mean, what are some of the advantages and disadvantages, especially with respect to the geopolitical fuel politics that goes on? Thank you.
All right.
So I will tell you, and some of you may already know this, there are strings attached when you work with Russia, when you work with China. And you won't have that with a US company. We are transparent, we are trustworthy, and we have the technology that you need. And I'll stop there.
Any other remarks from you? Okay, all right. We'll come to you, but yes.
His Excellency, the Minister, pointed out that Africa has sent energy overseas. What you're talking about as nuclear waste is actually energy. And I predict that by the time the reactors that are under discussion here are created, my company, Deep Geo, with public-private partnerships, will be able to take the spent nuclear fuel of Africa. But it's not waste. We will take it, and we'll be able to create a center of excellence working with experts in academia. because there's excellent uses for this spent nuclear fuel. It can be used for decarbonization. It can be used for desalinization. It can be used to purify water. There's many uses of this material. It is a resource. It is not waste. However, don't tell the rest of the world that, or I don't have a business. Because right now, the Europeans, God bless them, and the North Americans, hooray, they will pay us. And we're very happy with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's this thing about...
If you could please be upstanding so we can see you. The cameras can...
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My question is on the nuclear fuel. How renewable is this fuel? Because hundreds of years ago, when Rockefeller discovered oil, he thought that would be the main commodity for the world worldwide. Eventually, then electricity came in by Thomas Edison, and we all know the story. So now, uranium is the main nuclear fuel we use now. Are there any future thoughts as to eventual depletion of uranium? Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody to take that? Otherwise, Professor Debra, if he's somewhere around. Any takers?
Right now, there is large quantities of uranium, so we think you can go in a uranium fuel cycle for, hundreds of years. But then there's also options to extend the use of that uranium that will basically make it for we have fuel for thousands of years. So true, it's not a true definition of a renewable, but in my book, thousands of years, that's pretty good. You can view it as a very much of a long-term resource. And then there are other potential fuel cycles of other different materials in the future as well that would extend that out further. So true, not a true definition of renewable, but there's materials out there for probably hundreds to thousands of years, even at large growth of nuclear.
Okay, still from that area. Okay, you have the microphone.
Yes. Thank
All right.
you. And,
hold on, please.
Let me just add a comment, and I usually don't do this, but by that definition, solar's not renewable and wind's not renewable, because the panels, once they are done with their lifetime, which is about 20 years, they go to a trash heap. And they're comprised of carcinogenic materials that also need to be mined. So, I mean, we're really stretching the definition of renewable if we want to go all the way to the start of the fuel source. Then we need to do the same for solar and wind and other quote-unquote renewables. So I'm going to stop because I usually don't disparage my energy partners.
Okay, so since you've touched on that, it's something I'm also very much interested in. What happens to the panels after the 15-year lifespan? I mean, anybody who knows? I mean,
I've seen them in trash heaps. They go to the dump. They go to the dump. We are the only sector, sliver of the energy sector that is regulated from cradle to grave. Right? Right. The minerals aren't renewable that go into the solar panels. So there's, there's a lot more to that story.
All right, so there's a hand up in the back. Maybe he's going to tell us what. No, I'll come to you. You can pass on the microphone to him.
Just to follow what was said there, when you build a nuclear plant, usually you're funding all of your decommissioning and spent fuel responsibilities from revenue from the plant. Solar and wind companies have no accountability for the disposal of what they produce. So if we're going to be fair and we're going to take credit where credit is due, we self-fund our problems so that the legacy issues are dealt with, and that should be considered a confidence building measure. Whereas with wind and solar, they're going into landfills, they're leaking, they're causing damage, and the companies that are producing them have no accountability for what they produce.
So it's interesting, once you have the microphone, so all the cost that you're talking about is factored into the cost of generating the electricity.
Yeah, people get
And yet
really
it's still that low.
Yeah, I mean, from a financing perspective, people lose lots of sleep over this when it's really pretty basic. I mean, you take a little bit of the electricity revenue, you put it into account, it sits there, it grows with interest, and you track it to make sure it's building up at the right rate, but you're peeling a little bit off over the life of the asset. If you're considering large reactors, an AP1000, it's going to get licensed for 60 years. Which means if you properly maintain it, it's going to run for 100 years. You're going to be peeling off a little bit of revenue over all that time, and if you do it the right way, it will be properly funded. It doesn't hurt your financial model. It's a no never mind. It's exceedingly important to do this. And from a financing perspective, lenders want to see that you have a plan for all this stuff. But the economic impact of it is negligible to the financing of the plant and the economics of the plant.
Okay. So there was a hand up here. He had the microphone. So let's check. Unless you want to make an intervention. Well, it's US. There's a microphone right behind you.
I'm very sorry. Thank you. To reinforce what Paul said, in the U.S., the ratepayers pay 1/10 of 1 penny per kilowatt hour. That's all it costs. And it's built up a fund in the United States of, I don't know, $45 billion or something like that. It's just sitting there to handle the spent nuclear fuel. And again, that's why I don't want anybody to tell them over there that that stuff is really valuable. Because wouldn't it be great to take some of that $45 billion and to deploy it in parts of the world that could really use patient capital? That's what my company is for.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My question is based on the 3 suppliers from Edlo to Thera Power and then Westinghouse. They didn't talk about any safety policy in terms of their reactor advancement, any safety issues. Because when it comes to engagement with the public, basically they always look at the safety. How safe is your reactor advancement? We didn't see any safety policy in their presentation. So if they can enlighten us on that.
They will.
Thank you very much for the question. I am not a reactor guy, so I'm not going to talk about reactor safety. But I am a transport guy, so I'll talk about transport safety. During the course of the 60 or 70 years that there have been radioactive shipments taking place around the world, and this includes medical isotopes, industrial isotopes, research materials, materials for power, uranium mining, conversion, enrichment, fuel moving, legacy materials. There have been literally a couple of billion, with a B, shipments of radioactive material. To the best, and I've been doing it 54 years myself, and my father before me. To the best of my knowledge, there has never been a fatality in transportation of radioactive materials, never been one fatality caused by the radiation. Now, there have been truck accidents, there have been railroad accidents, there have been ship accidents, and there have been airplane accidents. But none of the deaths that took place was because of the radiation. It was because maybe something fell out of the truck onto somebody and crushed them, or because it was a train accident. Let me repeat that. There has never, in billions of shipments, been a fatality caused by the radiation. That's safer than anything else you ever would ship. And the reason is because we take safety very seriously, and it's built into the packaging that we use. And the regulations from the IAEA through the regulatory authorities in each country, very strict, and we keep them very strictly as an industry. So thank you for the question. We are safe. Thank you.
For the Natrium reactor, what makes us so innovative is that we cool our reactor with sodium rather than water. And sodium has a boiling point of 800 degrees Celsius, or Fahrenheit, Celsius. And because of that, it makes it so much harder for there an accident to be. And it means, as opposed to light water reactors, which have like pressurized waters and pumps, we don't require all of that. And so we have a stronger safety case. So we've worked very hard in the community where we're starting our reactor to talk to the citizens, and we found them incredibly receptive and eager to host this reactor. And I know there's been a lot of discussion in the last few days about a fear of going into communities who don't seem to understand nuclear, and that's why we chose a coal community who understands large energy projects and has a good understanding of the safety behind nuclear. So.
All right, thank you.
And I briefly touched on safety in my slide. So our technology for AP1000 and AP300, the P stands for passive, the A stands for advanced passive. And what it allows is you've got your cooling water up top, and it relies on natural convection. It relies on gravity in the case that you do need to cool the reactor in an emergency. You can do so for over 72 hours, so that makes it, by definition, walk-away safe. You do not need human intervention, and you don't need diesel backups in those 72 hours. Had this design been around when Fukushima happened, Fukushima wouldn't have happened. And the reason I don't dwell on safety, and those that have worked with me know this, is because I will never work in an industry that is not safe. So to me, it goes without saying that this is a safe industry, it's a safe technology. But I appreciate your question, and when I do talk to the public, and by the way, tonight, right after, I have to actually leave the gala early, because the League of Women Voters in the United States currently has a position that is against nuclear fission, and they've asked me to come speak to them, and I think it's in the hopes of me reversing that position so that when they go to vote on Tuesday, they may change their stance. So again, public outreach matters, but tonight I will talk about safety because evidently that is a cause of concern for the League of Women Voters.
All right, thank you. So we have, let's go to the middle, right here, the shirt, the gentleman in the blue shirt here.
Thank you. I am Dr. Mason from University of Ghana, Material Science and Engineering Department. Please, I want to know if the nuclear energy is affected by weather, because in Africa here we have perpetual sunny days and sometimes rainy seasons. But in the Western world, they are mostly winter and summer. How is the energy efficiency during these kind of seasons? Thank you.
So nuclear is very resilient in that sense. I will give an example of when there was a very unusual, which may not become so unusual, but an unusual freeze in the middle section of the United States in February of 21, I believe it was. South Texas project is a nuclear power station, and some of their diesel generators froze. But they've taken remedies to prevent that from happening, but they were exposed. And so when it got so cold in South Texas, some of the backup equipment did not work. That is one exceptional example, so I don't want to mislead you, right, by saying it doesn't, it's so resilient, there's no issues. That is one of the latest examples I can give you. But other than that, we have 93 reactors in the United States. There are over 440 reactors around the world that are operating very successfully. That is one of the advantages of nuclear power plants, is that they are very resilient. In the event of something like a hurricane coming along, there are plants that preemptively and proactively start to turn their power down and may go into a steady shutdown mode just in case, but they don't have to. That it's a choice that they make, and they do it just in case, but it's never been an issue. And I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that. Go ahead.
I'm always delighted when Dr. Barnwell wants to talk about Texas. But I will cite another example. Maybe you all don't do freezes here very often in Ghana. I'm not so sure. And we do them in Texas. What we do more of are hurricanes. And so I'll refer back to Hurricane Harvey about 5, 6, 7 years ago. Hurricane Harvey was an interesting hurricane. It came in along the coast. Usually hurricanes scoot off to places like Louisiana and Tennessee and so on. This one didn't. And it came in and it hovered around Houston, Texas for 8 days. In the South Texas Project nuclear power plant that Dr. Perrinwall referred to, operated for 8 days while this hurricane was sitting on top of the plant. In fact, that entire county, Matagorda County I mentioned earlier, evacuated, and 242 people stayed in the plant and kept it operating for the entire duration of the hurricane, supplying energy to Houston and other key areas. You know what the main problem was during those 8 days? Underwear. The big crisis was underwear for these people that had to remain there sleeping on cots and things like that during the 8 days. So they finally went and they broke into the Walmart and helped themselves to underwear. But nuclear is resilient. Nuclear is resilient.
The talk of underwear gives all sorts of ideas. All right. Yes, that's, all right, let's take the gentleman in the cap. Okay, let's take this one first. Okay, you go ahead, since you have the microphone.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Abubakar Sadiq Aliyu from Nigeria. I think the discussion has been interesting. This is the interesting part of the whole thing for me. We are seeing the types of reactors and specifications. I was only concerned about which ones are at maybe the stages of the reactors, which ones are the conceptual, maybe design or commercialization stage in case we decide to go for any of the reactors. And then lastly, I was concerned also about the decommissioning aspect of it. Usually decommissioning starts from the inception of the reactors. So I don't know for SMRs, what's the plan? And the companies, like the packages, are they coming together with the decommissioning of a thing? Or is it a separate thing? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I can speak on concept reactors versus the reality of reactors. There's something like 20 American advanced nuclear reactor companies that have unique designs. But TerraPower is, I would say, we will build a reactor by 2030 in the United States. What's just special about us is that we have the financing and the funding behind our project. The biggest struggle in nuclear that I've seen is that who's going to pay for the reactor? And so for our reactor, the funding is mostly secured. The first of a kind, which is always the most expensive, the money's been set. So we will be building the reactor by 2030. So happy to talk. On the decommissioning question.
We sell decommissioning services. So, I mean, I guess a reactor company could sell you a package, but we, Westinghouse, don't typically do that. It's a separate service, and there are many companies that offer those services separately. So it's not really typically a package. Now, those from Russia and China might be offering it as a package deal, but I already talked about the strings that are attached with that. In terms of paper reactor or reality, I talked about how AP300, our SMR design, is based on an already operating real reactor. So if you come to the United States, I encourage you to try to get a tour of Vogtle 3, and by the time you come, Vogtle 4 will be up as well. And if you would, at this point, I'll extend the invitation. If you are in the area of Pittsburgh, you can come visit our office and see our AP1000 simulator and understand what the control room looks like in a digital control room space. We have a few analog knobs so that folks don't feel too out of place, but almost everything else is completely digital. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Julius Caesar Damu from the Environmental Protection Agency. And I think there are 3 key takeaways I took from this summit. And they are the 3 S's: safety, security, and safeguarding. And sitting here as an official from the Environmental Protection Agency, you know, our act mandates us to, protect public health. So, listening to all the aspects in this hall, I have not heard any key speaker from the Environmental Protection Agency side. So I want to know how the Environmental Protection Agency of the US collaborates with the National Regulatory Commission in ensuring that the operation of nuclear power follows these 3 S's: the safety, security, and safeguarding. And with respect to the research available, I realize uranium-235 is fissionable, while the 238, which is in abundance, over 99%, is not really good for fission reaction. So if the whole world swing to nuclear, which is cheaper and safer, have we done any research to know the abundance of the 235 so that we don't have a situation where the world swings there, then we are handicapped with the raw material? So these are the 2 questions I want to know.
All right.
Thank you.
So Julius Caesar, your first question is you're actually hoping for like a rep from the Environmental Protection Agency in the US to know how they go about it so that you could probably take some, lessons from them, compare notes with them. Do we have anyone? Okay.
In the United States, in our system, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is really responsible for the safety and security, not the EPA. The EPA has some minor, they have some limited roles on certain things on radiological protection, but really with our system, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has all of those aspects. So that's why they were set up as a separate independent regulator focused on the nuclear industry. So EPA, like I said, has some roles, but they're fairly limited roles right now with respect to regulation of the nuclear industry. And again, I go back on your question of uranium. Yeah, the uranium, it's continually assessed how much uranium's out there. There's a book that's put out every 2 years or something like that, the Red Book, that really documents these are the known reserves and is continually updated. So, and again, the uranium isn't a really major concern right now, even with an expansion of nuclear power. The large numbers, us 200 gigawatts, you're deploying 30-something gigawatts. Uranium's not limiting, for decades in the future.
Okay. Dr. Alote with the NRA, would you want to touch on that? The EPA was hoping that there would be an EPA rep from the US, but as we've learned, in the US it's done by the nuclear.
Actually, Act 491, that is for the EPA, came before Act 895, and then when Act 895 was passed, it gave all the responsibility to ensure the regulation of nuclear power, including the environmental aspects and everything, all to the NRA. So what the NRA has done is that the NRA has met with the EPA bosses. So we've actually signed an MOU. So we've actually determined how we are going to progress in terms of reviews of submittals for EIAs for nuclear power plants and nuclear installations. So we even have a working group now between EPA and NRA who meet all the time. And we are even working on developing some new regulations that should come out of it. So we recognize that that in the regulation of nuclear installations, we play a lead role, but we are engaging EPA and working with EPA on that. So that is the status of what do you call it, where EPA stands and EPA plays in our domain here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alote. Julius Caesar, that answers your question. So yes, let's one other hand in the back. Let's get a microphone to him.
Yes, thank you very much. My question was actually, should be a follow-up to the decommissioning thing. I think one of the reasons why SMRs were given priority is that with large power reactors, the decommissioning could take about 30% of your investment in the reactor. So I wanted to be clear on that, if the small modular reactors would also cost the same, or they are much cheaper, if there is any response from you. And then just to touch to my friends who was talking about the fuel, I've seen a lot of research that's done on thorium fuel, so that could be a replacement. People are thinking, and there's a lot of research in the US on that. Thank you.
At this point, I think you've sold yourself very well. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so are we getting a response to that? Yeah.
So I'm going to give my personal opinion, not that of Westinghouse's, on the decommissioning. It's my personal opinion. I think that because SMRs are smaller, they should be naturally less expensive to decommission. That's my, again, personal opinion, just so that I don't get in trouble at home. But that said, I do want to put a plug in that our SMR technology, our reactor AP300, is an 80-year asset compared to current 60-year assets in the larger gigawatt-scaled reactors. So you're getting more out of that asset than you would for a larger reactor. So even if decommissioning were a little bit more expensive, you've got this 33% bonus compared to a larger reactor. The second part of your question, we were just chatting about up here. I wonder if somebody's going to ask about thorium, given all the uranium questions. There is, and as Dr. Goff talked about, there is a plethora of uranium reserves around the world. Until, again, my personal opinion, not that of Westinghouse's, until that reserve is depleted, in my opinion, I think thorium is probably going to stay on the back burner or in the back seat for the moment. When thorium, to me, starts to become attractive is when uranium is either non-existent or very, very expensive, and then thorium starts to look a little bit more attractive. Our reactors operate on UO2, and they operate on low-enriched UO2, the AP300 and the AP1000.
All right. I think yes, now that we've answered all questions or taken your questions and answered them, it will be a good time to take a break for lunch. So we're going to go for lunch and come back. So it's 12 o'clock now, so we're coming back at, let's say, 12:45. That works, right? Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. Thank you.
How can I sharpen up my answers? Was my answers okay? Did people understand them?
They haven't got my mic. Hello? Yeah.
Doctors, nurses and engineers who have ever dreamed of living in Australia now have an opportunity if they have the qualifications and experience. Australia is well known for beautiful beaches, safety and high standards of free public
fair. I can hear myself. All right, good afternoon to you and welcome back from lunch. And yeah, I'm the same person. I just took off my jacket, yeah. You know when usually they're emceeing these beauty pageants and the rest, they have like 4 different outfits. Yeah, they change them back to back to back and they're looking very different. I'm not like that. I like to be much simpler. So this, I just brought the 2, this and the jacket itself. So I took off the jacket and put this one on, just to make you have a, yeah, you can say I'm showing off, but that's okay. But yes, we're getting on to the next sessions. We're going to be having, just like we did before we went for lunch, we're having 3 companies who are going to come up here to talk to us about the services that they have to offer, and then we can get to ask them our questions. So they're going to have, let's say, 10 minutes each. Even though they allocated 15 minutes, I think it's more exciting when we have them speak. So they present to us for about 10 minutes, and then after that we can take questions. But if you prefer to also just go on and exhaust all your 15 minutes, when it comes to the question time, yeah, we're not taking any questions for you. Okay, that's not possible. So yes, we're going to start with Jeff Harper, Vice President, International Market Development at X Energy. Then he will be followed by, now I need to go about this like I'm a real pro. When you see Geehin, typically in Ghana I want to say Gehin, but apparently it's just Geehin, Dr. Just Geehin, and he's for INL. So then we're also going to have another presentation, this time from Donald Hoffman, who's the President and Chief Executive Officer of Excel Services Corporation. And he told me he's 70 plus. I'm like, dude, are you 70 plus? Anyway, so we're going to let Jeff be the first to give the presentation. A warm round of applause for him, please. That's it.
Good afternoon. Jess, good afternoon. Israel is such a hard act to follow, I tell you. You're in the wrong business, my friend. So, hello, my name is Jeff Harper, and I'm here from X Energy. And just a couple of observations before I start. I am just so excited about the promise of nuclear power here in Ghana. I've spent a lot of time in South Africa, and I must say, the energy here is just over the top. It's epic. So congratulations for being here. And if there's anything that I can do to support your progress, I'm happy to do it from a business point of view as well as a personal point of view. One thing that gets me excited to hear about is the demand, the future demand here, which we're talking about from the minister. It mentioned 33 gigawatts of nuclear coming in the future. And I got to tell you, that is super exciting. And I would encourage you, as Dr. Barnwell said, that to look to the U.S. as a reliable partner in that journey. So I'm grateful for that partnership. So I'm here to talk to you about X Energy, and I will take a step back and explain who X Energy is for those who've not heard it. X Energy, quite frankly, is the #1 fastest growing company among non-light water reactor technologies. Actually, when I started at X Energy in 2015, I was the 14th employee. And at this time, we're looking at, I know the slide says 500 employees, but a total FTE count of about 1,000. And it's really because a quite unique product that we have at X Energy. We have really 3 main product lines, one being the XC100, which is a high temperature gas reactor. I'll talk to you about that in a bit. But this technology is actually not new at all. It was invented in Oak Ridge, Tennessee in 1944. And actually, the Germans actually operated the high temperature gas reactor for some 20 years. So there is plenty of operational experience there. And then furthermore, the South Africans actually had a project called the PBMR project, and that project went on for 15 years, where they made a lot of strides, a lot of foreground IP was involved there. And then actually, at the same time, the Chinese actually started really developing the technology, and actually they have deployed a 250 megawatt reactor, high temperature gas reactor. So it is commissioned now, about 2 years ago at this point. And so the technology is proven. And what X Energy has really tried to do, or what we're doing, is actually making this technology economical. So our goal is to really make this technology economical. And so the founder, Cam Gafarian, who happens to be, we like to call him a space cadet, because most of his career was, all of his career was really in space. And you know, his thing was, let's deploy. So that's sort of how the culture and sort of the mission at X Energy is to get to market as quickly as possible. So again, the XC100, so it's an 80 megawatt electric high temperature gas reactor that uses trisol fuel. And trisol fuel, tristructural isotropic fuel, is very unique. In fact, the US Department of Energy called it the safest fuel on Earth, and this is because it's meltdown proof. Now that assumes that we're manufacturing the fuel according to quality assurance, quality control. And so we also not only design the reactor, but we also fabricate the fuel. So that, Trisol X is the manufacturing subsidiary of X Energy. And quite recently, we have ventured into the microreactor space. So we're sort of at the beginning of developing a 3 to 5 megawatt microreactor. Actually was supported by the Department of Defense, and then, you know, just recently we understand that we were successful in an award by the U.S. Department of Energy. So U.S. Department of Energy has been quite an absolute, quite a great partner, and we thank the U.S. Department of Energy for working with ourselves as well as with TerraPower. We were fortunate enough to be successful at receiving a grant from the U.S. Department of Energy up to $1.2 billion. And this is for, in fact, deploying our first of a kind reactor project, which Dr. Petticoat talked to you earlier in this conference. It would be at the great state of Texas. And we rely on many partners in Texas, and one of them being obviously Texas A&M. So for those students here, I would encourage you to find Dr. Petticoat because we need engineering talent to make to realize the dream of deployments as we expect. But Dow is quite a very interesting, and it's a very, I would say, monumental opportunity for X-Energy. It happens to be the first, will happen to be the first small modular reactor or even nuclear facilities to support an industrial application, and we'll get to that in a few minutes. So basically, what we have with X-Energy, again, we have the reactor itself, which is again 80 megawatts electric. We teamed those into 4 reactors, and we call that our standard plant. However, we are able to add more modules or whatnot, depending on the demand. And if you look at the reactor design, which we're not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but basically you have the TRISO fuel, which the fuel element being, we call it a pebble, but it's the size of a billiard ball. And basically, this pebble goes through the reactor 6 times. On average, the resident time is 3 years. And we, again, our heat transfer fluid is helium as opposed to water. The moderation is done through the graphite that is consisted in the pebble itself. Unique design. Again, fuel temperatures don't get past 1900 degrees C, and graphite doesn't melt, it sublimes. So it goes from solid to gas at 3,000 to 4,000 degrees C. So actually the safety case for the XE100 is actually in the fuel itself, which is unique. The other thing, since it's a high temperature gas reactor, one quite unique features here is that you get process heat at 565 degrees C, which can be used for industrial applications. And this is the interest that Dow has with X-Energy. In fact, the plant in Seabrook, which I've got a picture here, Seabrook, Texas, will be a cogeneration facility. So providing electricity to the plant for house loads, but also putting electricity on the grid. But most importantly, the process heat for Dow's, some of their processes there that they must have, and they must have dispatchable energy. They must have it. They cannot go down. So the flexibility of this, we've got a standard plant, which would be 4 modules. So we're able to use one module, let's say, for the main load for steam, for Dow's purposes. We may use one module as a standby unit, and we may use 2 modules for electricity. So this is a type of, these are the types of scenarios you can run with this technology. Another interesting thing is that we're able to load follow at 5% per minute. So we're looking at coupling with renewables, solar and wind, for example. And you can do this without thermal cycling the plant. Just a bit about, just to show you here, the compelling story about this technology. In fact, light water technologies, we say, could go to 300 as far as this process heat, which is good for desal, et cetera. But if you look at the high temperature gas reactors, namely X-Energy XE100, it really encompasses all these other type of applications, which is really new for nuclear and unique for nuclear. So again, this is really revolutionary in terms of business, right? In terms of nuclear. And we're super excited about the opportunities here. So we're hearing from not only petrochemical industry, but we're hearing from steel industries, we're hearing from mining. So it's really opening up a large base of potential customers. And okay, there it is. So I mentioned the plant, our first of a kind facility that we're looking to deploy in Seadrift, Texas. This is not a dream, this is a reality. And the interesting thing is for technologies such as TerraPower and X-Energy, which we call Generation 4, a misconception is that there won't be deployable until 2040. So this is our proof that we are underway to a 2030 deployment. And as you see the pictures here, the modules would be those large blocks in the center there, and then you'd have the spent fuel, which, again, we have no refueling outages in this plant because it's continuously fueled. And then the pebbles drop out to a spent fuel canister and then goes underground into the boxes you see by the gate here, or by the fence. And it's stored there on site for 60 years. Okay, that's the life of the plant is 60 years. We're anticipating it can go beyond 60 years if necessary, but 60-year plant design. And then, of course, the larger box in the back, which would be the turbine building, et cetera. So again, we're really optimistic about the future. I think, again, Dow opens up a lot of doors in terms of new applications and new markets. Our second project we're expecting will be that we've done a joint development agreement with recently is with a utility called Energy Northwest in the United States and Washington State. And so we're talking to them about up to 12 units. And one of the things that applications they're looking at, not only electricity, but electricity specific to data centers. So as these data centers grow, they're energy hogs, and we just love it. So again, thanks very much for you being here. I just want to encourage you that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And hopefully we'll be able to partner US, Ghana, and hopefully you'll take a look at X-Energy as well. So.
Thank you very much. I'm Jess Jean from Idaho National Laboratory. I have some slides available if you could pull those up, but I'll just start with an introduction. I'm the Associate Laboratory Director for Nuclear Science and Technology at Idaho National Lab, meaning I lead our research and development. That was just up here. We operated a sodium-cooled fast reactor called EBR-2 on our site for a number of years. That technology is very related to what TerraPower is working on. In Westinghouse, we're working on advanced fuels for light water reactors. We're also working on testing their eVinci microreactor out on our site. That will be enabled through what we call the National Rapid Turnaround Demonstration of Reactor Technology so we can proceed with deployment. NRIC is establishing two test beds, two capabilities we call test beds. We're repurposing our EBR-2 experimental breeder reactor dome to be able to do microreactor testing. We just, announced, DOE just announced working with Westinghouse to test, to do what we call a front-end engineering and experiment design study that will lead to testing eventually in that dome. We have another building at the site that was our zero power physics reactor that we're repurposing to test one of the other reactors that TerraPower is working on, the molten chloride fast reactor. So these capabilities require expertise, they require a site, they require DOE with expertise in authorizing reactors, so these will all be authorized through DOE, and will be operating, in the next, few years on the site. So the other thing I wanted to talk about briefly was partnerships. So I just mentioned the industry partnerships, which is incredibly important. We partner with universities in the United States, Texas A&M, I'll just call them out, a great partner, but many schools. We also partner internationally a lot. And we had a visit back in May of some of the Ghanaians here, the colleagues visited the site, were able to see the facilities that I was just talking about. And we do seek to partner, make capabilities available, share expertise. That's why I'm very excited to be here yesterday, today, actually throughout the whole week, able to talk to a number of students that are very eager here and what we do at the lab and how it could possibly connect and partner with what they do. And we're definitely very interested in that. So the final thing I'll talk a little bit about is sort of the timeline of things that are happening at INL. Initially, I mentioned a few of these, but just to elaborate, so we're working on a small microreactor that we think will be demonstrated within the next year to 2 years on our site. A very aggressive project that we call Marvel that will be deployed and demonstrate that we can make it through a reactor design, reactor authorization, reactor startup, and then connect it to a microgrid to understand some of the, what you've heard about on some of the applications, how nuclear can support those. That will be followed by a Department of Defense microreactor called Pele, molten chloride reactor experiment, and a number of reactors on our site and at other sites over the next decade that will demonstrate that we can, will show that we can demonstrate and deploy nuclear reactors, it's not just a historical thing that we like to talk about at INL, but we're actually utilizing our site and expertise to do that. So takeaways, a lot of capability development, a lot of capability at national labs. We'd like to partner with industry, support all the U.S. companies, their technologies that they're developing, and then we'd like to partner with all of you as well. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I have met so many of you during the course of the last 3 days, and I'm so grateful for that and for your excitement and engagement and the things that you have taught me already in my short time here. I'd like to start with something, however, that I noticed when I first got here, when we went to the place on Monday night, where your first president said, let me go back, "We shall measure our progress by the improvement in the health of our people, by the number of our children in school, and by the quality of their education, by the availability of water and electricity in our towns and villages." What a wonderful statement. What a great beginning. So this is what we are here for, is to partner with you to make this vision come true, especially as it relates to water and energy in all of your towns and villages. As has been said many times by my colleagues, it's a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you, to have a chance to share you what we do and how we become your trusted partner in assuring that you have the greatest world-class nuclear program possible. Not just the best in Africa, but go for the big, maybe the best on the planet. But we will all start with you to do that. My background, quite quickly, I was an engineering officer and a reactor operator on a Navy nuclear submarine that you heard talked about a little while ago by some of the others. Then I worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for 5 years after those 9 years in the submarine under Admiral Rickover, where I was the manager responsible for licensing 26 plants with 2 licenses each after 3 Mile Island. So from 1980 to 1985, and don't say it can't be done, in 61 months, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has issued 52 licenses, 26 low power, 26 full power. So when someone tells you that we can't do this, don't believe it. In 1985, before Microsoft Excel, if I may be so bold, to TerraPower, I started Excel Services Corporation. It seemed like a good name. We trademarked it, and then along came Microsoft, and they developed their Excel product, and they refused to give me a percentage of the profit, so here I am still working at 73. I'm still trying to get a percentage of those profits 38 and a half years later. But during those 38 and a half years, I and my company have grown to become one of the finest regulatory, technical, and engineering companies on the planet. And I am proud of that. One of the things I insisted, oh, thanks. Oh, so kind of you. I hope you believe what I said if you clap. Yikes. So one of the things I told the people that came onto the company, and I've interviewed every one of the several hundred people that work with us, is that we're all about service. Our clients are first, and then you, the associates, the employees are second, the company's third, and I'm last, as I should be. And by doing that, while we haven't made a lot of money, we've made a lot of friends. We've made a lot of colleagues, and we've never had a failed project in 38 and a half years. And we will never have one as long as I'm standing at the helm of this. With all of that, we have worked very hard to become the trusted partner, especially in our global nuclear services. In the activities that we conduct in the United States for the current fleet, there are things like you've heard today that have made the capacity factor significantly greater. License renewal, subsequent license renewal, power uprate, 24-month fuel cycle extension, and a myriad of other initiatives that have been utilized to enhance and improve the operation of the facilities while still either maintaining or improving the highest levels of safety. As a former regulator, and once you're a regulator, you never stop being a regulator. For those of you that are one or want to be one, prepare yourself for that. You will see all of the activities that need to be done. And as you are working with individual companies and individuals on what they are doing, you will find yourself often reminding them, if it wouldn't be acceptable to the regulator, we need to reevaluate whether or not that is a sound safety basis, a sound and safety approach. At the end of the day, generating electricity or any other activity by a nuclear power plant is a business, but it's in the business of safety as well. I heard some questions that indicated, how do we know that it's happening? Now, you know, a regulatory authority is there as a monitoring entity to spot check, to do certain audits, to do certain evaluations. But if the owner-operator, or the licensee as we often call them, is not committed to the highest level of safety in all aspects of the operation of a nuclear facility, then it'll be hard for the regulatory authority to always pick up on that. Safe operation is efficient and effective and economical operation. So all the plants in the United States and arguably all the plants in the world recognize and acknowledge that and operate accordingly. So we're excited to come here and get a chance to tell you some of the things we will do. We've spoken to a number of your activities leaders, the Ministry of Energy, the Deputy Ministry of Energy. We've spoken to your regulatory authority, NRA. We've spoken to your folks at your Atomic Energy Commission and some of the folks that currently work in owning and operating different kinds of power generating facilities. So what kinds of things does Excel do, and why are we qualified to do it? We work right now in 29 different countries. So we have seen a lot of variability. We've seen what works and why, and what doesn't in many cases and why. We have arguably the most experience and expertise of any country on the planet in being a part of new nuclear build programs. We have done, in some places, the entire A to Z setup, and in many others, variations on that thing. We have developed the nuclear feasibility studies the nuclear program strategic plans. And as you said, you already have a roadmap, you already have an approach, you already have an Atomic Energy Commission, you already have a regulatory authority. So those things would not need to be created, but they could be enhanced and improved by the adding of certain skill sets, information, and knowledge that would make them even more efficient and effective in their activities. We also do nuclear technology selection and siting, because those need to be done together. We are technology neutral. We work with, or for, or around every nuclear technology on the planet. Large, small, micro, mini, doesn't matter. We know them all, very detailed, and what information can be gathered. We've worked with every country's technology on the planet, including Russia and China. And so we have a capability to look at them all in the context of what do you want? So when we first come to your country, we sit down with you to find out what have you already done? What are your commitments? What are you looking to do in the next decade, 3 decades, 5 decades, 10 decades? What do you want to accomplish? Do you just want electricity? Do you want district heating? Do you want production heat or industrial heat for chemical applications? Do you want to do hydrogen generation? Do you want a hydrogen economy at some point in your future? Do you want to do things related to isotopes? Do you want to do medical applications? Do you want industrial? There is a myriad of different things that many of these technologies can do. Now, they're not all created equal, but they all are created safe. Any one of them can do what you want for the most part. But again, there's some variability in what they do better than others in certain areas, as you will see as you become more knowledgeable of that. We do the environmental assessments. We do all the activities to get you to where you would go. In many countries, we've set up the regulatory authority from scratch, established all the atomic laws, rules, requirements, reg guides, programs, processes, procedures, training, mentoring, and then doing the first review of the next new technology with and for them. And we have done existing regulatory authority support, where we've come in and depending upon where they were, we supported them from that point on to getting to where they were robust and standalone. One of the unique things we've developed over the years, I was a member of CORDAIL, which was the Cooperation and Reactor Design, Evaluation, and Licensing under the World Nuclear Association. I joined that in 2007, and it's at inception, and I stayed to 2020 for 30 years. I'm sorry, 17 years, 13 years. And as a result of that, I was the vice chair in the last 3 years. And we didn't quite get to where I wanted us to get, even in that period of time. So we went off and developed a process, a program, an approach that will allow for more efficient and effective oversight, regulatory review, and safe and complete reactor licensing and evaluation by any regulatory authority on the planet. And we used all of our experience and expertise and everything we had gained from what's going on at IEA, the NRC with CNSC in Canada, with what's happening in UK with ONR, ASN in France, STUK in Finland. So we've worked in and around all of them, some for them, and we are working with them to develop a more efficient and effective approach, because it doesn't make sense to not be able to move forward. I believe I heard my Commissioner Wright say we are here to enable, not disable. With all of this, we also do energy studies, transmission and distribution studies, and all the activities that are necessary to do a full A to Z, bringing in of a nuclear reactor technology, setting it up, and making it work in that particular country. We develop products that are generic, processes, programs, and then we use those, come to the individual countries, I have many of these back there, and then we sit down with them and say, okay, how are we going to make this work in your country? Because no two countries do it alike. There's some variability, sometimes there's more variability than I wished. But one of the most important things is that here on the continent of Africa, you have the opportunity, starting where you are, to share. Now, we've worked in South Africa, and they have their Koeberg nuclear plants, CPR referentials. But if they move forward, they're going to be looking for different technologies, either Generation 4 or advanced, either large or small. This is an opportunity for Africa to come together, to share its competence, share its experiences, share what it does. So I've had a meeting with all of the regulatory authorities that meet at IEA, it's a short one albeit, to talk about why can't we come up with one single regulatory approach and act like you're all almost like the NRC headquarters with 4 regions in the United States, with one agreed to approach where information is shared, where examples are shared, where processes are shared, where everything's done. And so instead of having 12 countries each spend X to do it, put X and divide it by 12 and understand and learn from each other and what they're doing. Now, that's a great concept. We do it in the United States with the owners groups. I know it works. There would be some challenges here because some of the regulatory authorities are further than others, like here in Ghana, like maybe in Kenya, like in South Africa, and others. But it is a possibility. Another thing should be, and while we have a couple of reactor technologies here, we can ask them, what if 5 or 6 or 8 or 11 or 12 of you decided to buy the same technology? You'd probably get, what, 50% off? But seriously, if you decided to join together to move forward, and if you could find a reactor technology, small or large, that worked for you for your applications, needs, and desires over the course of the next 100 years, you could partner with that. So we're working very closely with a number of you to find ways in which that can happen. So I'm proud of what Excel's doing and will do. It would appear we may have the opportunity to work here with you, and I hope that is the case. We live by 5 particular mottos. We demonstrate every day: honesty, integrity, transparency, reportability, responsibility, and accountability. We're very serious about that. We're very proud of what we do. And because of that, I've had the chance to speak with well over 60 students while I was here. And I've asked them all to give me an email when they've talked to me about what can I do, where can I be. Send me an email. Tell me what you do now. Give me some background. What is your resume? What are you doing? Where would you like to be? And my goodness, my email filled up last night with over 35 of them. And so over the course of the next few weeks, I'll be responding to each one of you, helping you find your way into an industry that benefits you and your country. And isn't that really, guys, what it's all about? When we think about nuclear, we think about the 3 E's: energy, the economy, and the environment, and all the things it does for those, which you've already heard. So with that, what I will close with is to say you, I and Excel are excited to have an opportunity to partner with my brothers and sisters in Ghana to help you with this program, which will so significantly enhance and improve the quality of all your lives and the lives of your children and grandchildren to come. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Don. So thank you, Don, and thank you, Jeff and Jess. So as we did in the first session, we're opening the floor to questions that you may have for the 3 of them. So again, we're going to have the microphone because there's one hand already up. So if we can get a microphone to him, he can get to ask. So he's the first one up. Any other hand that I can see? Okay, so we'll start with you. And Don, Jeff, and Jess, you can actually resume your seats, so as the questions come. And you can hold on to the microphones. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Henry Sizzle. Although I'm with the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. I'm very happy the very last speaker, forgive me, I'm very bad with names.
Donald.
But you repeated that you are here to enable and not disable. One of experience personally I think we've had in the nuclear world is starting a nuclear power plant and not getting it to the very end. I think even Ghana have a shared experience with our very first project to get a research reactor. It started, but we did not get it online to operate. But like Poland and Austria have similar experiences. So I would like you to share with us how you're able to put things together that whenever, in all cases, you get your, once you begin with the project, you're able to get it through to the very end. Thank you.
Certainly. It begins with great people like yourself and your existing regulatory authority with my dear friend and your Atomic Energy Commission and your Minister of Energy, which you heard from this morning. All of these folks must be committed to wanting a program with a nuclear power plant. You heard Jeff say that it's a marathon, not a sprint, and it is. But the marathon doesn't have to be as long as many of the marathons have been before. and they don't have to cost as many as the marathons have cost before, if you are willing to listen and to hear guidance based on the experiences and expertises that many of us have had in other plants, in other countries. Working in 29 countries, as I said, I've seen a lot of things, and it wasn't all attractive. It wasn't all pretty. But because of this, there were delays, there were cost overruns, there were activities that could not and should not have occurred, but there was no way to avoid it for a number of different specific reasons. No particular entity itself, could have been a multiple of entities. But how do you fix that? So I made a conscious decision once and for all, having seen that a number of times, to come up with processes that took into account every single situation we'd seen, good and bad, and put together generic documents which laid out one for the ministry, so all the things they need to do, when they need to do it, in what sequence, a second one for the regulatory authority, and you probably already have that lined up, the third for the owner-operator, and the fourth to develop and establish local content through a supply chain. So I heard a question the other day, in Poland, for example, that has no nuclear. We're working with their Department of Trade and Investment to identify all the different technologies, all the different capabilities, all the different industries to teach them how to work in nuclear, to teach them in QA1, to teach them quality assurance process, to show them what they must do to be considered acceptable. We can do the same thing here. I'm sure you have a number of technologies and industries that you may not even thought about that could be a part of the local content, irrespective of what technology you select, large or small. So we approach it as technology neutral from a standpoint of what's best for you. We want you to be an informed consumer of these programs. We want you to know everything you need to know so you can ask all the right questions of others and yourself. So you can plan everything with the conscious understanding from the beginning that you will get to the end in the most efficient, effective, safe approach possible. And that's what we come here to do. So when you ask, how do I do that? That's the way we do it. Now that sounds like a few words for a huge project, and it is, but we've done it. We're not talking about something we think we can do. We're talking about something we have done several times already.
All right. Thank you very much, Don. Any other questions? If you don't, I have my own questions. So yeah, do you? All right. Okay, let's hand over the microphone to him.
Well, I'm Isaac. I think the last speaker made a point about the fact that Africa must come as a group. And I think it's a very important statement that he made. I think most countries were invited individually to this summit. However, in approaching the US or whoever is bringing this nuclear technology to us, we must go as a group. Maybe Nigeria would decide that it wants to go nuclear. Ghana has already taken the decision. Other countries may want to join. I think it is good that we go in groups. And as he suggested, we may even get discounts as a result. Yes, it's very important. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Don.
If I could just quickly respond to that. It's not that you have to, it's that you should if you're looking for collaboration, cooperation, and more efficient and effective methods with cost saving to get to the same point. Ghana's out in front of the rest of Africa. Forgive me if I've said that and there's some people in here I've offended, but I've worked in a number of countries in Africa and you are ahead of them. And you look at the people that are here from Nigeria, you look at some folks from other countries that are here. I've been in Uganda, I've been in Kenya, I've been in a number of the countries. Now I'm leaving South Africa out of this because they already have an operational nuclear program. But when you look at what you could do, and I'm a big believer, I like to control my destiny. I like to make sure that I'm influencing what's going to happen. And the way I do that is that I'm bold. You heard people say, speak boldly, act boldly. I get right up and start doing it. Now, that doesn't always make everybody happy, but at least you get the influence in. That's what you need to do, young people and older people. I think I've already heard that we have a very young head of the AEC. I can honestly say I don't think I fall into that young category. But nonetheless, with all the things that I've seen, you have an opportunity here, which may never happen again. You're at an inflection point where Ghana can truly lead all of Africa towards a program with affordable, available, and clean energy through the applications of nuclear and all the other variables which come with it. This is a decision for you to make. It is going to have pros and cons because you're going to be turning your attention a little bit from what you want to do specifically in Ghana to focusing on what Ghana is going to do and how it helps the rest of the continent. But I suspect that you're capable of doing that. And I suspect you see the benefit in reaching out to your brothers and sisters on the continent and finding ways to share your experiences, your expertise in such a way as to make all of you successful. And that's what I want to see. I want to see all of my brothers and sisters in Africa, all of my brothers and sisters in Ghana being successful with this program at the earliest possible time.
All right, thank you, Don. Now there's a hand right up, yes.
Don, thank you.
Is that Mr. Gentua?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Don, thank you. But Don, there's one question I would like to ask you. Do you understand African politics? I'm being honest. Do you understand African politics? The picture you're painting is a picture that maybe it can work, but do you understand the politics of Africa? Because if you don't understand the politics of Africa, within Africa, we don't trust ourselves. Look, you want to go to South Africa, you've got to go to another country before you get to South Africa. You want to go to East Africa, you've got to take a plane to another country to get there. You look at road transport. When you get to the border from Ghana to Nigeria, the challenges you go through, do we trust ourselves enough to be able to do what you want us to do? The way I see it, the only way that could be possible is if the leaders of ECOWAS, the leaders of AU, decide that this is something that we need to do together. And with trust between them, we do it. But before they even do it, you've got to make sure that the different political parties in the countries accept that this is the way we want to go. Otherwise, it becomes difficult. And your countries, the French, the English, name them, they would be the same people when we come together who would try to divide us because of their personal interest. So those are the types of challenges that we face. We in Africa sometimes feel that when you guys come, you have personal interests but no personal friends. So down the line, it becomes difficult for us to trust you. If that trust element isn't there, we are barking against the wrong tree. So we have to sort it out within ourselves first to say to ourselves, this is a project that benefits Africa. Where's railway today in Africa? We need railway to be able to do trade. Where is it? We can't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
So there are issues we as Africans would need to sort between ourselves before we can get to where you're talking about. Thank you.
Right.
I completely understand his comment. And no, I don't understand all the policies in Africa. I'm not even sure I understand all the policies in America. And there's often indications of a lack of trust in my country as well as there is in your continent. And from state to region, from political party to political party, if you don't try it.
All right. Thank you, Don. And yes, there's a hand up right there.
Hello, just some historical perspective. Your comments are excellent. But if you think Africa is divided, I'm speaking from a North American perspective, and we learned European history, and it's a pretty bloody, multiple centuries of mess. And Adenauer and Schumann, after the Second World War, French and German, said, we've got to do better. How can we unite? And you know what they did? They said, we can't unite all of Europe. Let's just take one step. And they united the coal and the iron in that in that pact. That led to the EC and the EU. And wouldn't it be wonderful if the nuclear industry took that role? When you're at the World Nuclear Association meetings, and I'll take a plug here, anyone who is not a member of the World Nuclear Association, you should join. But anyway, we're Russians, Chinese, we're from all over the world, and we cooperate. We sometimes think if the governments would just let us sort the world out, it'd be fine. That's probably not true. Yet, it very well could be that Don's vision and your vision, and let's remember Nkrumah's vision, as we saw 2 nights ago, that beautiful, and throughout the world, people have read Nkrumah's books, and he did say, this is a moment now we could unite more in Africa. And if we don't unite early, there'll be fiefdoms develop and self-interest. And so that hasn't developed yet in nuclear. Ghana is very lucky. Nkrumah did start things well done in 1960. You actually could all work together, and there's no reason that, I mean, frankly, there's no reason you can't unite, and there should frankly be somebody selling nuclear reactors on the stage some decades from now, and they should be from Africa. There's no reason not. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I won't take much time, I apologize for this. I understand both your points, but one of the things Ghana could do by being the leader is be that hub, like you're starting to become, for distribution, for education, for information, for establishing all the necessary mechanisms that go to the Ugandas, the Kenyas, the Nairobis, and the other places, Nigeria and Niger. I'm just saying that if you really want it, you've got to be able to envision it, and then you've got a plan to go get it. And this is a chance. This is, like I said, this is a chance for you. Now, if you don't want it, don't go for it. Because I don't want you to be any more disappointed than you might otherwise already be. But if you think that you can be this, why not try to be it? Why not? So that's what I say. And I say we have our colleagues here, we have our friends here and our brothers here from other countries. Work together, sit down with them. That's how it began with the European Union. Now, do all the do all the countries in the European Union agree? Absolutely not. And they fight and argue every day. But they're a union, and they've tried to collaborate, cooperate, and integrate different technologies and capabilities to the benefit of all, not just to one. Now, could we come up with an African Union related to energy? Maybe. But that's up to you. I think as I look at this moment in time, as I look where you are, where I look at the commitment of your government, from your president to your senior vice presidents, to your senior advisors, to your ministers, and all the way down through your regulatory authority and your Atomic Energy Commission, you are poised to be what this continent needs, not just what Ghana needs. And I'm happy. I want to see that happen as well. And I totally agree. Let's make sure we don't ignore Ghana in whatever we decide to do, but consider what more you can be.
All right, thank you very much, Don. So the question I have is, earlier I was talking about the need for us to have affordable electricity out of the nuclear. I want to find out from any of the people, the experts in the room, if there should be some benchmark tariff we should be looking at or working towards, so that we don't have a situation where, and I know there are lots of factors that go into, determining the tariff, okay? But if we have a fair idea, we don't end up in a situation where after going through everything else, at the end of the day, then we're told that we're having to pay 10 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity from nuclear. Okay, because all of the conversations we are having is to ensure we have something that's more affordable than thermal. So if there's some benchmark we should be looking at. Anybody? Is that too difficult a question? Okay, Professor Debra.
Thank you very much. Let me just get starting from what
Mr.
my
Gentleman.
bearded colleague just said. Yesterday, he made a very cogent point, and that's what we've been talking about for a very long time. We don't want nuclear power in Africa just for the purpose of energy. We want it to be a catalyst for industrialization, to change the economy. Is it possible to look at nuclear for industry where we can guarantee a tariff of 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour to change the economy and let the rest be supplied to the households? Is that possible?
Sure. No.
It's already starting to occur in other locations. And I've got to make sure I don't say anything that I'm not allowed to say. But in Poland, for example, one of the companies there that is going to be doing a particular type of nuclear reactor technology has signed agreements that nuclear reactor technology cannot be built or operated for a region of 11 countries. They are the leader. If you want that technology, you go through them. They're going to become the leader in this, to build, just as you said, industry, to build technology, to build economy, to build better lives for people, do things of that nature. And they're looking across the entire spectrum. And it's a bold move. And they haven't finalized the plan. But it's a bold move. They said, okay, I can't get to here unless I do this first to give me time to figure out the best way to get there. And guys, I did not mean to set this on a course where all of our discussion was about the rest of Africa. So I think there is solutions out there. I'd like to share that with you guys. You decide. You're the wizards in your particular situations, and you decide what, if anything, you want to do. But in the interim, everything we will do for the wonderful, wonderful people here in Ghana to make sure your lives are better today, tomorrow, and for the next generations to come.
Right on. Yes. Right there. Right next year. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Prince Thompson once again. Yeah. So the deliberations that have been made in this room are really, really important. And as a climate activist, I'm very interested in the nuclear energy. But much of what I see here are government officials and mostly students and so on. So my question is this, because I was born in Africa and I've been raised here. I've traveled to some of the African countries. And what I know is that apart from the enabling environment that the government creates for businesses to thrive, the private sector is a very integral part of every society. So if the nuclear energy must come to stay in Africa, it means that private sectors must be the chief drivers of this nuclear energy business. So I would like to know what other engagements are there for private sector individuals to be part of this nuclear energy? Because I see them big shot businessmen in the oil and gas sector doing big things for Africa. So if we must transit to the nuclear energy because of the minimal effect it has on our ecosystem, what engagement are there for private sector to be part of this? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get an answer? Do we have, yeah, Professor Deborah.
The young professor said.
Okay, so from the inception of the program or the reinitialization of the program, I'm talking about Ghana, we've been together with industry. We didn't just go and ask industry to come and speak here. Sir Chuma Kwaba, who is the CEO of AGI. I'm glad today Lawyer Jantua had to go for a meeting at ECG. But I see he had come back here. He could have decided to go elsewhere. That should tell you we've been engaging them from 2015. They have instituted what they call, I think, the Industrial Summit. Every year, on the third day, they give that day to nuclear. So they are in deep with us because they see the future. You cannot industrialize a country based on renewables. Apologies to all renewables here, renewable fellows here. But this is the fact. And they have seen it. And they see the potential that can bring to the industry, not just to uptake power, but to participate in the nuclear industry. So we've been in with them last year, I think this year, we were in the US to look at the nuclear industry. And we had the president of AGI joining us to go and look at what is in the US. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's make that our final so we can go for a coffee break.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ernest, and I'm the private sector representative on the board of the NPI, Nuclear Power Institute. And I have to say that the outreach really was from NPI and Ghana Atomic Energy Commission to draw us into and onto their board, to have us sitting on their board, participating in all the discussions and programs that are taking place, even at this very early stage in the program. And coming from the largest operator of industrial parks in the country, it has become very apparent to us that if we want to be successful in moving away from fossil fuels, renewables alone cannot provide the solutions. We need a reliable source of continuous power. We need to eliminate the risk of doomsday. Professor Deborah spoke about the need to bring in nuclear power to drive economic transformation. And it's not just in the traditional industries of old. Today, a lot of energy is required for even data processing, which is one key industry that we are doing our best to attract onto the shores of Ghana. And when we sit across from the key players in that industry, they all talk about the reliability of base load electricity. So it has come to the forefront of our agenda as private sector that, yes, in Ghana, it looks like we have almost exhausted the low-hanging fruit as far as hydro is concerned. We can't really depend on oil and gas because it's imperative to move away from fossil fuels. So what is there? Solar and wind are intermittent sources of energy. The answer is increasingly clear. We have to go nuclear, and private sector is engaged, and we are fully in support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So that's how we wrap up this session. We're going to go for a coffee break, and then we're going to come back. The coffee break should be, let's make it 10 minutes. In fact, you can actually grab whatever it is you want, and let's come back into the session. Thank you.
were so lame in your response. You're like, eh. This is amazing. This is amazing that we spent 3 amazing days together. So you all better give yourself. I already told the team that if we don't get the energy, we definitely aren't having a gala dinner tonight. And we will definitely send word to the president of Ghana that the dinner is off. So are you all gonna have the energy or what? All right, there we go, there we go. I like it, I like it. So I'm supposed to do our final roundtable. As usual, GMT. Where's Seth, Deborah? I'm just gonna go without him and I'm gonna pretend like I don't even know that he's supposed to be up here with me. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. This roundtable will do something a little bit different, and that is we have invited 2 of the international organizations that you all are very familiar with and we've talked a lot about over the past 3 days. And so one of them, which is my former home, is the Nuclear Energy Agency. I know. The Nuclear Energy Agency is led by Director General Bill Magwood. And DG Magwood has joined us for the entirety of the day to see the discussions, and he has always some great perspective and gems to drop. I'm going to challenge him before he comes up here to be bold in his remarks. That's never a problem for him, never. But what I love about the DG is that he's not, in the U.S. government anymore, so he can say whatever he wants. And he's the head of the agency, so nobody's going to fire him. So if I could have you really give me that energy to welcome DG Bill Magwood to the stage.
Good afternoon. Where's that energy level? Good afternoon?
Good afternoon.
Better. So, this is Ghana. Pretty cool. This is my first trip to Ghana. And it's a reason why I'm here. The reason I'm here is because things are changing everywhere. So the timing for this event is excellent. Let me begin by thanking the host, the Atomic Energy Commission, the ministry, and of course the US government for putting this together. I think this event is probably very long overdue in some sense, but also the perfect time in another sense. So first, let me reiterate the congratulations. Congratulations. And let me take a moment to make sure that you recognize that none of this would have happened without Alicia. So congratulations, Alicia, for pulling this together. It's a really tremendous event. So the world is changing, and it's changing in ways that I think many people have not yet completely recognized. Certainly, you're all familiar with the geopolitical situation around the world. I'm not going to spend time on that, but it's a big change. It's historic changes that we're living through today. And the reality is the world is always changing. It's always an evolution, a flux of positives and negatives. And how each country handles its positives and negatives is what determines the future. In the case of energy, there's tremendous changes coming. Energy, as we use it today, and as it exists today, will be completely transformed over the next decade or two. When I look back at my career in energy, I have to tell you that since I came into the business 8,000 years ago, almost nothing has changed. It's almost exactly the same as it was when I was in high school. Very, very little change. But for people who are in high school today, when they're standing up on this podium decades from now, it won't be the same. It's going to be very different. We believe at the Nuclear Energy Agency that nuclear energy is going to play a big role in that transition. Our analysis suggests that in order to meet the objective of reducing CO2 emissions around the world to net zero by 2050, that nuclear capacity will have to triple globally. Triple. Now, that doesn't mean that every country will build nuclear power plants, but it means that many will. And they won't be simply the countries that have built nuclear in the past, in Europe, in North America, in Asia. It means that nuclear will have to expand around the world in places that today don't have much nuclear energy, particularly Africa. And Africa is of particular interest. You know, before taking this trip, I was doing some background reading, and I came across this statistic that really was quite amazing. In 2050, of course, that's the target that we all set for climate change goals. In 2050, there will be 2.5 billion people in Africa. That's going to be 1/4 of every human being on the planet. Do you realize how important Africa is going to be to the future? Think about that. 1/4 of the whole world population will be on this continent. And if we see what we see today in 2050, with so many people without access to reliable electricity, with so many people using wood, as you heard from the minister, for cooking, that would be catastrophic. Not simply on the environment, but globally, socially, economically, politically, a disaster. The world will be worse off if things don't change. So things have to change. When I think about the future, I recognize that when you think of what will make countries successful in the future, what will make economies grow in the future, the one factor that I think will be most important will be access to electricity. You know, in the past it was, you know, did you have rivers? Do you have coastlines? Do you have natural resources? In the future it's going to be who has electricity? If you have an economy that doesn't have access to affordable electricity on a reliable basis, your economy will not be successful. So I think for every country on this planet, OECD country in the global south, the primary goal has to be access to energy, and particularly electricity. We at the NEA are an association of countries that have the advanced nuclear infrastructures. My job is to build cooperation among those countries. We are not a global institution. The IAEA, which I think you'll hear from later, is a global institution with over 160, 170 member countries. We have 34. So it's a pretty exclusive club. A club of countries that operate nuclear power plants for a long time, that have deep expertise in nuclear regulation and safety, expertise in policy, research, and science. And in the past, when people from outside of that club came to me and said, we'd like to work with you, I would say, we'd be happy to answer your questions, but we also would tell them, you really need to talk to the people in Vienna, because we're not really structured or funded to provide a lot of advice to countries that are emerging. So that's been the case since I became Director General. But more and more, our member countries are telling us, you know, we need to do more because none of us will be successful if we all aren't successful. It's one planet, it's one global human society, and the idea that we would stand back and enjoy our own success and not worry about what happens to 25% of the world's population on the African continent, our members now recognize that that's an absurdity and that it can't continue. So we've been encouraged to engage with Africa. Now, it's very important for me to say that I am not going to be here encouraging people in African countries to build nuclear power plants. It's not my role. But for those who are already making the decision, like Ghana, to pursue nuclear, there are things we can do together. I also recognize that we have important partners. The IAEA is extremely important to countries like Ghana that are embarking. They have processes like the milestone process to help set the pieces together to have successful nuclear programs. And those must continue and those must be completed successfully. But our expertise is based on the idea of building platforms for cooperation. And that's what we do with our member countries. When you look at countries like France and Japan and Korea, United Kingdom, United States, we bring countries like that together to solve interesting and difficult problems, to advance technology, to advance understanding, to develop new policies and approaches. That's what we do. That's our job. What I think we can do in Africa to be helpful is to take the same processes that we use in our own member countries and extend those to you. Because, and I think the minister said this earlier today, it isn't just about energy at the end of the day. While energy is going to be extraordinarily important, for countries like Ghana and others on the African continent, the issue is really about development. And when I see people thinking about building nuclear, I see an opportunity. When you think about the thousands of jobs that's come from having a nuclear program, tens of thousands of jobs in many cases, high-skilled, high-paying jobs that will last a lifetime. You should be thinking about that in this context, not just about the energy that comes from a particular plant, or even the jobs created in that particular project. Think about the larger impact on the economy. The United Kingdom is building Hinkley Point C. Some of you may have heard about it. It's a large nuclear power plant that's well under construction in the United Kingdom. But when they started the project, they were determined to make sure they maximized the economic development and skills potential from that project. So they set about developing mechanisms to make sure that young people got trained, the small businesses were created, the kids were given opportunities to go to university. Using that project as a center point to spin off benefits through the whole region of the country. You should be thinking the same thing. How can we maximize the benefits of a nuclear project in Ghana? How do we make sure that we take full advantage of the development that this can bring, of the skills that can be deployed, the ability of women in the science and technology workforce? Now, as I talk about this, let me just be clear, as you embark onto this direction of building nuclear power facilities, let me be the first to tell you, it is not easy. Maybe you figured that out by now. It's not. It takes a lot of work, a lot of very careful planning, and even countries like the United States that have a huge background, huge amount of expertise and history, once in a while manage to screw up a project. Just screwed one up just recently. One died. One project did not succeed in the US because people weren't quite ready. So it's not easy. But What I have seen just since I've been here is a mindset of preparation. And you know what you need to do. You know you have to build capacity, not just a human capacity in industry, but also capacity in all the ministries and agencies, particularly the regulator, of course, which I know IAEA works with already. But you have to have people throughout the government and throughout society that understand the challenges ahead and are equipped to deal with them. That takes time to build that kind of capacity. I heard someone mention public engagement today. It's another one. We spend a lot of time at the NEA helping our member countries understand how best to engage with the public and stakeholders. And not just communicate and tell them what the decision was, but pull them into the decision process. It's an absolute necessity in the modern world to have people take ownership of the decisions related to nuclear facilities. From what I heard, I had a good discussion at lunch with the senior minister, and he told me about some of the things that are already going on. I think you're very well on the right path with this. But there's more that can be done. And we at the NEA also spend a lot of time with the universities. And there's so much more that can be done in those areas as well. I was very interested in response to Don Hoffman's presentation. It was a very good dialogue in the back of the room that led off with, do you understand African politics? Well, I don't understand African politics, and I'm not going to pretend to. But I know who understands African politics, if anyone does, and that's probably Africans. So again, the mechanisms that we would like to work with you to develop are mechanisms that are in Africa, university to university across the continent, industry to industry, government to government, regulator to regulator. We want to help you build those frameworks because we've been doing that with NEA countries for 60 years. We know how to do it. So we'd like to help you do that as well. And then, on top of that, I'd like to see if there's a way we could have your frameworks cooperate with our frameworks so we can exchange information, the experience that we've gained to share with you. Because I think it's essential to not make the mistakes of the past. These things are all going to be difficult. They're all going to take time. They're all going to take resources. They're all going to take attention. But they are very possible. When I look at where you are today, I think of one thing, that anything is possible if you have the vision. Do you have the vision? You do? You're sure? Do you want to do this? You can do this. What I want to see a successful world. I want to see a world that's better 50 years from now than it is today. Because I believe in the human adventure. I believe that humanity progresses. I believe that tomorrow is better than yesterday. But I can't have that. I can't have that if you're not successful. So I make it my job today to do anything in my power to support you in what you want to do and to help make sure that you are successful. And if there's something that NEA can provide to support that, we'll be there for you. Congratulations again, and thank you very much.
Have you ever walked off the stage with theme music? I mean, that was pretty dope. All right. So for those of you who have been with us the entire time, you know at the end of every day we do a round table. Unfortunately, this will be our last one. Start off some of the questions. As I mentioned, we will hear from the IAEA as well. Not asked a question that has been on their mind, to use this opportunity. To give any reflections, words of encouragement that you may want to provide. At the close of this wonderful summit, that we realize that we have only just, this was not intended to be just a time for us to spend 3 days, that this is a time for us to build both the multilateral, regional, and bilateral relationships that we need to move the shared objectives forward. So while my colleagues in the U.S. government, industry, academia, and national laboratories are composing their thoughts, because I know they're not ready right this moment. Are you, Commissioner? Are you? Okay. Then we will go ahead and take 1 or 2 questions. So I'm going to give you time to prepare that, and as usual, I will start us off with a question. I have ladies with microphones. Very good. All right. So on our very last day, the question that I have for you is, what can you do, you as an individual? What can you do, and what will you take back so that action can be taken in whatever organization that you come from? Don't everybody rush at one time. Let's go. Because I will call on you. And I will call on some of these young people that I know don't want to speak. What can you do? And what will you take back to the organization that you've come from so that some action can be taken? Over here. Please stand.
Thank you very much. I'm Fidelis Okulu from Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. So what I would do is to advocate for nuclear power, how to educate my family and other people who are not okay with nuclear power. So I'll educate such people, proclaim the gospel of nuclear power. And then for my commission, I will have to contribute with the work which is ongoing with the Nuclear Power Institute. I'll cooperate with any activity that I'm supposed to undertake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think most people don't realize that it actually starts at home, and I think most people undervalue the importance of young people as advocates for nuclear. Because really, as we move this forward, I don't wish ill on anyone, but I can tell you most of these people in the first 3 rows won't be here, you know, in decades to come, and we need our young people to really be the advocates for nuclear power, nuclear energy, nuclear applications, all things nuclear. And really the fact that, you know, these young people, these young children understand way more than we did as youngsters. I look at the curriculum and they're taking classes that I took in the 9th grade much, much earlier. So I think starting at home is an excellent place. Let me see another hand, please. You have one here? Okay, please. I can't really see with the lights, but okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I came in, first of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers. This has been amazing. It has been an eye-opener. When I heard about the summit, I was really thinking, I don't have any background in nuclear, so I'm not sure how this is going to apply, but I'm still going to come anyway. And the exposure has been amazing. I think taking away from this summit, unfortunately, I was so tired I couldn't do yesterday, but it's that nuclear energy is not limited as we might think, or most of our perceptions are. It is broad, it is big, and it is an economy booster, not in just one direction. Everybody can benefit. Every industry can benefit from the nuclear energy industry as well, because it's quite a long supply chain and all that. So thank you so much for coming to Ghana. And for us, the youth, I am the administrator of a youth wing. So we're looking at how we can apply ourselves to this opportunity and make sure that we don't get stumped up by the older ones that are going out. But we take ownership, make it ours, because again, yes, it's going to be more exciting maybe 20, 30 years on. And like she said, we will be the up and happening ones at the time. So thank you. The youth are very excited. We're going to push this as much as we can and get involved as much as we can. It's just not going to be just these 3 days. We'll reach out. So if we do reach out, please pay attention. We're serious. We mean business. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of those comments. And you made something that I think we should highlight and underscore, because we keep talking about we need to involve the youth, we need to integrate the youth. And we were very intentional about creating opportunities throughout each day to hear from the youth. But one thing that has to be said, and maybe Bill Magwood should have said it because people listen to him, they don't really listen to me. But one thing that has to be said is that we, and I'll put myself in the group of the seasoned folks, we have to be willing to pass the torch to you. We have to be willing to empower you. We have to be willing to involve you in decision makings. We have to be willing to create opportunities for you to be present when these discussions are had. We can't expect to leave you out and then just hand over something to you because you won't be ready. So I think it's very important that we underscore the importance of passing the torch, because we're going to have to do that, and that starts now. So thank you for raising that piece. I see a hand right here.
I'm Langsinato from Burkina Faso. I have no background in nuclear energy area, but I have a new position as a young generation in nuclear in my country. Coming here to learn, to discuss, and to networking. When I back, I think my network will be very strong, and to implement our action plan for education, for empowering young people, young ladies, young women in our network. And it is a benefit for me, for my country, for my network. And it is an opportunity for us because my country take a important decision to launch a central nuclear plant in our country. I think it will be an opportunity for our network to contribute to do it and to give a chance for everybody in our country to benefit the nuclear energy very well. Thank you very much.
And Lucina is actually one of the very few people who have that every 2-week training course we've been talking about, who has been with us from the beginning. So he knew at the inception, when we started the course in January, that is run every 2 weeks and taught live, virtually. He knew about this session and he came and traveled for it. And so I really think when we take advantage of everything that connects to help build the knowledge base and story and network, that we are having some modicum of success, but I think we can definitely grow that more. So thank you for being here. I saw some, okay, a wall from you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this engagement. My name is Awal Bisala, and I work with the Nigeria Atomic Energy Commission. My understanding really is the major decisions that will be taken as to whether, as individual countries or as a continent, will go nuclear, will be taken at a higher level. Most of us here, the language that we understand as technical people, with the exception of a very few. Where the decisions will be taken will be at a higher level, as I've said. So my expectations really are that deliberately the leadership of the various, since this is a summit for US and Africa, I was expecting that the leadership of most of the relevant stakeholder institutions within the continent, particularly the leadership of the various atomic energy agencies, the nuclear regulatory agencies around the continent will also be part of this summit. And again, the parliamentarians are a key stakeholder in terms of decision taking. Whatever we are going to discuss here are issues we understand, and we are speaking in a language we all understand and can relate. But there are parliamentarians that are key stakeholders who may not understand the language you are speaking here. And as long as you continue to speak and discuss, it will still remain as discussions and issues raised. They must be part of it, because when it comes to taking final decision, because of the humongous resources associated with the deployment of nuclear science and technology, and again, because of national safety concerns, and of course, national security concerns, they will be involved. So I think futuristically, we should begin to look at how we can get them fully involved so that they understand the language we are speaking. Because for most of them, you speak, you explain, if they don't see it from a larger picture, it's difficult for them to go ahead and endorse some of the decisions or recommendations you are going to take. So I want us to, beyond US-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit, we can have Africa Summit without even the US. So I'm sure it will help in terms of taking decisions and then having our decisions endorsed at the higher level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Awal. Okay, so the U.S. has officially been kicked out of the summit. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. So that would be a good place for us to pause since we've been kicked out. And I would like to bring up our next speaker again, and we'll go back to questions again. And so it is my pleasure and honor. I've not met this gentleman yet, but I've heard so much about you and all good things. So I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our IAEA speaker. He is the director of the Division for Africa at the IAEA Department of Technical Cooperation. In this capacity, he facilitates IAEA technical cooperation and support for 45 countries in Africa. Shakur Abdul Razak, I'm sorry, let me try that one more time. I think I can get it. Abdul Razak, please come to the stage. I hope we have some theme music.
Okay, bonjour. Good afternoon. You know, after people have had such a lovely lunch, we always say from the biological point of view that the oxygen actually goes around the stomach for digestion. And then that means very little is remaining up there for us to think. But may I beg you so that you can push a little bit of your oxygen up so that you can listen to me. We are in Ghana, right? And I salute all of you. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Alicia and the entire team. This is an excellent opportunity that Ghana and Africa at large has so that we can be able to dialogue and discuss on this very important subject. Look, when I'm being given a platform myself, I always ask my Director General, who really wanted other commitment, he couldn't, and please accept his apologies, Director General DG Grossi, how do I pitch my remarks? Do I speak as the IAEA staff, or do I also speak from my heart as an African? And most of the time I get away with when I speak as an African. Would you allow me to speak in African this afternoon? Thank you very much. The question that my colleague who spoke before me, DG, asked was very important. Have you decided? And the answer was yes, you have decided. So I have no business, because you have decided. However, when you have decided that you would like to embark on nuclear power program in several African countries, we come in and help you. And I want to believe the decision is not only at the technical level, but the decision is at the political level, because this is a different ball game. This is a different ball game. And I want to commend Ghana that Excellency the President was at the IEA during the recent General Conference, where he also gave remarks in the side event, Atoms for Net Zero, and very passionate and assured everybody and gave the direction and the vision that he has decided together with the rest that they would like to go forward with the nuclear power program. So when countries have decided like this, then the agency together with our partners, we come in and help so that you can have the big dream. But before I go into that, as an African, friends and colleagues, it is unacceptable that 600 million people out of 1.4 billion people in this continent have no access to electricity. This time and age, almost 43% of the people have no access. It is unacceptable that 75% of the population have no access to diagnosis and treatment of cancer, including in this country, where you have only 2 public centers and 1 private center. Many African countries, at least 25 African countries, do not have a single center on radiotherapy. Why do I bring this? Because as the DG said before me, it is not just about nuclear power only. There's the social, economic aspect of all this. When you look at the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, it talks about the Africa that we want. It's speaking about the industrialization of Africa. There is no way Africa will industrialize if we not bridge the gap of energy. And what we are saying that you have decided, then we say that nuclear energy can be part of the energy mix in all the things that you do. The IAEA assists member states to embark on nuclear power program in planning and building their national reactors, if you like, nuclear program or nuclear infrastructure. At the moment, there are 30 countries that have got these reactors, and we have 8 plus South Africa, 9 in Africa that have embarked or they're embarking on nuclear power program. And we take them through. Ghana is one of them. You know very well that Egypt is very advanced on phase 3. Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, they're on phase 2. And then we provide various mechanisms to determine the status of where the countries begin. And you know why it's a different ballgame? Somebody earlier on spoke about, do you understand the politics of Africa? Even me as an African doesn't understand it. But somebody else has just spoken that why don't we bring the more policymakers, including parliamentary committees around the table. Somebody has just spoken and said, maybe Africa needs to have a conversation and dialogue among themselves before you bring US. All these things I think we can blame. We don't have time. We don't have time to then later we can do this. I just came from Brazzaville. And we basins. And Africa is got all these opportunities with a free trade agreement that His Excellency the President of Kenya, my president, spoke about opening the borders so there are no vision and no visas around Africa. So things are changing. Now, this is a great opportunity that the US is bringing to Africa. How can Africa grasp this opportunity and take it and run with it? It is that we continue being consumers of technology and not producers of technology. It's not a time that we can sit, wait, and watch. Yet the minister here, you've had the minister talking about firewood. Firewood? We are talking about climate change, that Africa is more affected than anybody else. And here is one of the technology with its energy planning tools from the IEA, the MAID, the message that you're all familiar with, that we can be able to advise on supply and demand. Coming back to the nuclear power program, when you've decided, then we send an inner missions, the integrated nuclear infrastructure review missions, and try to understand what is your status using the 19-milestone approach. And if you look at that very closely, one of the fundamental point is the public participation. I'm not going to mention countries here. I went to 2 countries. Immediately after our missions, the minister went to the site, and the public was saying, thank you very much, we need electricity, but we don't need the reactor here. There is a need for us to engage. We need more agents of change. And I want to believe in this room, there are many of you, because somehow quite a number of you are all converted. Documents have been prepared, videos are there, you understand. I've always said that there is no way that you can have a nuclear power program without a vibrant, independent regulatory body that is going to ensure that it is going to be used in a safe, secure, and sustainable manner. So this has got to be put very clear when people are asking these questions. We've got these inner missions looking at the 3 S's, the safety, the issues of the security, the issue of sustainability. Because we want to build resilient institutions towards sustainability. Then, of course, we help countries. Ghana, we have done it, and we are going to do it again next year, what we call the integrated work plan, looking at the specific places and stages where an individual country is, with a very clear performance indicators, to be able to see the roadmap and the aspiration that you have, and be able to ensure that you are really on track. And if there are changes that needs to be done, then we can be able to do it. Novel reactor designs are entering into the scene with new modular manufacturing methods, including small modular reactors. So people are looking into all this. And the agency, we're also saying we've got to create opportunities. We've got to create platforms that we can be able to address the issue of the nuclear harmonization, standardization initiative. And you're all probably familiar with this, that we're working with various stakeholders and various institutions so that we can be able to harmonize and be able in future, I tend to look at having generic trade and so on and so forth. But look, my colleague just before me said this is not one region, and the heads of state might be able to come together. If that dream and the vision, they can be able to put a free trade agreement, several countries' parliamentary group to go to United States of America, to see and believe and see how things are being done. And we will continue doing that. We have a mechanism at the IAEA to facilitate that. We have a mechanism to train people and do scientific visits, to benchmark. And you do not need to reinvent the wheel. You can learn from others. We have a mechanism that we can train people at the undergraduate level, masters and PhD as well. All these are available at the International Atomic Energy Agency. It's very important that when we embark on nuclear program, it's embedded in the national strategic document beyond an individual minister. And hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to say more about this. Because ministers do come and go. Presidents do come and go. This is a long-term thing. I think one of the speakers earlier said, and I like it probably because I'm a Kenyan, this is not about sprint, it's about a marathon. It's about a marathon. It's a long-term thing. It's a long-term thing. So that means we must be able to bring all the relevant stakeholders, the ministries, because as you plan to have a nuclear power program 15 years down the line, today is probably not the ministry. It's the ministry that deals with the issues of construction. And then later you're going to have other people, other scientists coming in. TVET. The technical vocational training is also very important. That while we're looking at all that in terms of capacity and capability, I think this is very important in my opinion as well. And all this can be covered under that integrated work plan. And all these are covered under that milestone approach that I referred to earlier. But one conviction I would like to say here is the fact that it's not enough for us to have enough scientists, enough engineers. We must have leaders. And this is again from next year, and I'm discussing with the US that how I can be able to have more programs of leadership, because we need to have passionate people with passion, leaders, people who understand where they are and where they want to be. They must be able to think in the long term, because this is a long-term thing. So that leadership, is very, very important in my opinion. And that leadership, then you can be able to inbuild succession management. Today, you're the CEO of an organization. 15 years down the line, probably you're not. Who is going to take over from you? And that's why I'm very thrilled to see quite a number of young fellows among the audience here, because you are the leaders of the very near future when some of us have left the podium. We need transformational leadership. We need people who can be able to see and visualize and be able to say, IAEA is your partner. And I'm glad that now I'm managing all these 8, 9 countries I've talked about. They are embarking on nuclear power program. South Africa is already operating one. Look at the vision that we were given, 2.5 billion people, the demand for almost, imagine how much of that water in the sea we can be able to desalinate and be able to use it in the dry land. Africa can become self-secure and sovereignty as far as the food is concerned. The good news is change in Africa. Africa, I think you are on the right track. And we as the IAEA, we always stand ready to be able to continue helping you. We really need to invest in the young, the youth. We need to invest in women, and we on this very important agenda, because the world is not about to slow down, because Africa is behind. Must leapfrog to catch up. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdul Razak. If you wouldn't mind, please join us right here in the center. Please join us right here in the center. Why we need the senior generation to pass the torch today. Thank you, kind sir. Give you a token of appreciation for your wisdom, for your motivation, for your inspiration, for your salutations for all the Asians. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, and if I may, there's a rumor going around that this would not have happened without Alicia Duncan. Nothing could be further from the truth. I'm so humbled and honored to highlight for you the gentleman who spent, how many months? 3 to 4 months, gave his life. This was his full-time job as he joined our office on a detail, shared with us humbly by Commissioner David Wright, Shakur Walker from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. He, and I have one more back there, Karen Bernston should be somewhere back there. Okay, there she is. You'll see them tonight, but these are the people who have done the work. And also, I don't think that Either Eternam or EFUA are in the room because they're probably out there organizing something. But on the Nuclear Power Institute side, those two people did the work under the direction of Seth Deborah and Archie. So we want to add people that have made all of this possible. So I just want to clear up that rumor. Thank you. So we're right at 3:35. I do want to get us to our close. I did promise we would get some reflections from the U.S. side. So since I see that I'll just give you mine.
So I'll try to keep this short. Again, I just want to also thank everyone, thanks the team, the Ghanaian team, everyone who attended, everyone who engaged in the discussion. I'll note for me, this has been a learning experience, but also an inspiring experience. To hear the 30-something gigawatts over the next 50 years, it's really inspiring. The thing, though, I keep coming back to, and this came up from the first day, and to having a partnership. I think the term he used needs to be a two-way partnership. It needs to be a partnership that's longer lasting than marriage, which I agree as well. We want this to be an 80-year long-term partnership, and we want it to be a mutually beneficial partnership. So I look forward to working with you. As I said, I think in my opening remarks, I look forward to going back and working on how we implement. So I hope that as we're doing there, I think Alicia's first question to folks were, what were you going to do when you go from here to move forward? So I want us to go from here and look at how do we implement? How do we put together agreement? How do we start taking steps for this partnership to make sure that we can deploy this clean technology here in the African continent? So looking forward to those opportunities here, and thanks to everyone again for this great event.
Thank you. If I could come over to Rian now. Thank you, Rian, from the White House. That little place in Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Rian Braun. I'm the Assistant Director for Nuclear Technology and Strategy at the White House Office of Science, Technology Policy. The joke is, in Washington, D.C., the longer your title is, the less important you are. Right, Secretary of Energy. But I am the Senior Nuclear Technology Official at the White House, and I work for the Science Advisor of the President. And one of the reasons it's important to come here is because I think we all have the same collective needs, right? As a country, as a society, right? You as a continent, but us as a globe, right? We all want economic development, and we all want energy security, and I think it is vital are working together to make sure that we are marching towards goals. And so one of the important things that I have seen today, and I've seen consistently, is the level of alignment, not just within the U.S. government, those are industry, and of course, some of the most important stakeholders, the NEA, right? The ability to do, and I'm a marathon runner. It is a marathon, it is not a sprint, right? Developing a nuclear power program. And so recognizing that the capacity building that is needed, right? There are resources, there are opportunities, and there's alignment across the board, right? To provide you the capacity for your regulation, for safety, security. It's now 4S now because it's safety, security, safeguards, and sustainability, what I heard today. I'm just really, really happy to see kind of the United States government, but actually with our international partners as well, right? Our tremendous alignment on ensuring that we believe that nuclear energy is the way to achieve this continent's goals and to achieve our collective goals as well. And I'll just end by saying I also, like many of you, have had some great conversations with the students that are here today. And one thing that struck me was the amount of effort that some of the folks undertook to get here, right? Some students had to pay their own way, take flights at 4 in the morning. And it is amazing, but it's a level of commitment to not just those collective goals, but to this industry and to kind of this, kind of technological approach. I talked on day one about the importance of S&T, of unlocking innovation, and advanced nuclear technology is certainly today, as you all see, although it's based on old technology, it's quite exciting and innovative, and I truly believe as a nuclear engineer that it is the key to see the excitement and to see the commitment from the next generation, and to see the commitment then, of course, from senior Ghanaian and African leadership today is really heartwarming. So thank you all, and really my first time in Ghana, and really, really happy to be here. And thank you to Alicia and the organizing team, and to the local organizing team. This is one of the most well-organized summits that I have ever been to. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see how he slid in there that he runs marathons? I tell you, those people, they just brag all the time. All right, if I could, Commissioner David Wright from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm going to take a little different tact. I'm one of the older people you referred to, and I'm going to be one of those guys down the road that passes off the baton. So how many parents do we have in the audience? Raise your hand. All right. I'm going to encourage you right now to do a couple of things. One, how many of the younger people are in the room? Let's say you're under the age of 40 in here. We got a bunch. Okay. I'm a colon cancer survivor. I've umpired baseball for 50 years, and I've had the opportunity to raise 4 children, 2 older daughters, 2 boys, the youngest being 25. My oldest child is 41. So I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things with your children. I want you to encourage them. I want you to challenge them. I want you to mentor them. And then I want you to pray for them. Those of you who are companies here, if you employ anyone like that, under the age of 45 right now, in your business, smarter than me, you're educated, you're well-versed, but are you passionate about what you do? Do you believe in the nuclear promise that's out there for you? If you do, I'm going to encourage you to be passionate about it, because if you don't define yourself and what you're trying to do, you will be defined by others. You may not like it either, okay? So you have the ability to form a team. You know, I have a team in what I do at work. CJ Fong over here, part of Team Right. Shakur Walker, who you just met, part of Team Right. They know that it's never about me, the boss, right? People that we serve. I encourage them, I empower them to make mistakes. And I don't fuss at them. We try to understand and how to grow from it. So don't be afraid to make a mistake, because if you're afraid, you're not going to know what success is about. So not everything that you're going to try to do is going to go right, you know. And I want you to be successful in Ghana and every other country in Africa but it's more about we can be successful. You know, if we're involved with you, if you choose to do business with the Team USA, we're going to help you succeed. And you're going to be the better for it. So I'm grateful to be here. I'm honored to have had the opportunity to play a part in this, for what you're doing to try to build a future for your. So thank you.
Can I be? Thanks. Sorry, Mike, it's over. All right, I want to move down and hear from our industry. Infrastructure Council, Todd Aberjano, please.
Thanks, Alicia. You know, being from the United States, whenever I travel internationally and people think about America, the United States of America, they always call it the land of opportunity. But when I look at the African continent, I see a real land of opportunity in front of me today in the nuclear space. And Ghana has done an amazing job so far, putting themselves in a position to be this continent. And I would just encourage not only Ghana, but the rest of the continent to continue down that road moving forward. It's always easy to find a reason to say no, we can't do something. It's much, much more difficult to figure out a way to say, we can do this. And you can do this. This can be done here in Ghana and across the rest of the continent. And so hopefully over the last 3 days, representatives that are here, that we are here for you. We want to help you succeed as you continue down the road to nuclear across the continent of Africa.
I think there's one more important voice that we should hear from. And yesterday, as we did the networking opportunity for the students that we had here, I had some of the people, some of the team that are here, the ladies who have stood proudly and done their job well when you didn't want to sit where they told you to sit, the ladies dressed in black. Now, they weren't registered for this event. They're working this event. But what I found, them and others who were working here said, I'm studying food science. I know that doesn't have anything to do with nuclear, but can I talk to the people? I'm in commerce. I'm studying that. I know that doesn't have anything to do with nuclear, but can I talk to some of the people? And little did they know, nuclear touches so many things, specifically food science, specifically. And part of our mission is to make sure that we talk about all that nuclear comments like that and miss opportunities. What if they hadn't said anything? They would have missed out. So I know that we achieved what we wanted to do yesterday because we went above and beyond. We went to people who didn't even know that the very thing they were studying has nuclear applications. So I'd love to hear from the place wherever, Idaho National Laboratory, and the lab director, John Wagner.
Oh my gosh, Alicia. Not everything happened. Much has been said already. First morning when to be with Alicia and others on the panel. My name is John Wagner. I'm the director at Idaho National Laboratory. What does that mean? So within the United States, we have a number of Department of Energy laboratories. One of those, but it's the one that focuses on nuclear energy in particular things. And I want to, much has been said already, I'll try not to be repetitive, but at the laboratory, and one of the reasons that I'm inspired to lead the laboratory is our vision is to change energy future. Not the US energy future, and to secure our critical infrastructure. Energy is critical to the security of critical infrastructure, which was also talked about already today. And that nuclear energy, but all the different possible, not possible, any uses of nuclear science and technology for the betterment of mankind. And so what can we bring? And then I also wanted to say, what did I get out of this? So what can we bring? I've talked to many of you already. Idaho National Laboratory is the site where nuclear power was born back in the day. And we are working very hard to demonstrate new advanced reactors on the site, working with private sector partners. We can bring technical expertise, support, even stakeholder engagement, as that's a big part of what we do, to help you. So we can be a partner to partners side and so forth. One of the things that I was curious to learn by coming here was, is Africa serious about nuclear energy? Is Ghana serious about nuclear energy? Listening to the remarks from the energy minister, clear to me that many of you, if not all of you, understand that energy changes lives. It literally changes lives. And nuclear as a baseload clean component can change lives in this country, in this continent, and around the world. And it starts with that. Because there are challenges that have been talked about, so I won't repeat those. So I'm coming away with the impression that this continent, this country is serious. And so then let's talk about how to assist you in that. The other suggestion I'm leaving here with is how many young people, first of all, showed up and talked talked about already at length. And the level of training that has already I've had an opportunity to talk to many of you engineering related to nuclear engineering, or even have graduate degrees and are looking for opportunities. And so for that, you all know already. And if we can help you in terms of, then fantastic. Talking to others, I understand that you don't want to brain drain. So perhaps, you know, we can come to have opportunities in the United States, maybe at the laboratory, maybe with the private companies. And as the nuclear program grows here and in other parts of Africa, perhaps come back. And that would be a win-win. And so I'm personally very supportive of that. So I'm very impressed by talking to many of you, and I hope that we can find that win-win. So thank you for the opportunity to be here under Alicia's encouragement, and it's been an absolute pleasure. And congratulations to Alicia. I know it's a team, but
Well, two last things you have to do. Ladies, stand up. Ladies, stand up. Ladies, stand up. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Come on now. Ladies. Oh, clap about. Notice anything we want to talk about? I'm sorry. Anything we want to talk about? We need more. We need more. So what can you do? Here's one thing you can do right now. Support women in the workplace and academic institutions. Ladies, make sure you support each other, because we know that's a problem too. And everybody who's in a position that has anything to do with empowering women, make sure that you don't have the misunderstanding that we can't have a family, have kids, be married, do whatever it is women do, and still get the job done. So thank you, ladies. Have a seat. So I'm going to give up this microphone because it is time for the Director General of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission to come forward and close us out. And please don't leave the room. Logistical remarks about, logistical notes about this evening, and we will turn it back to our MC. So DG of the Ghana Atomic Energy, our host.
Thank you very much, Alicia Duncan. Let me take this opportunity to thank our US counterparts for the fantastic work you've done here. And it's so amazing to have Department of Energy, Department of State, and then Commerce, all in one room, and nowhere else but in Ghana. It's so amazing, and we are grateful for this great opportunity. We've learned a lot from your experiences, your insights, and we are going to run with our nuclear agenda, our nuclear program. When it comes to capacity building, as you said, we've learned a lot from you, that we have a lot to do, not at the highest level. We're also looking at the TVET, that the technical vocational education level, which is very important because it's not only scientists that you need in the nuclear program, but you need technicians, technologists, other people, and that is what we are trying to do. We started, when it comes to Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, we started engaging the technical universities and also the TVET group here in Ghana to start bringing this reform. But we need to do this certification and all that, so that when this nuclear program takes full force, we don't have to bring people from other countries, parties to come here, but we have our own people here. And we thank the US government a lot for this workforce initiative they want to do here. They've committed to that. I think whose some amount they mentioned, and we are going to work with them so that we have this workforce hub here in Ghana, and that we can also extend this to our neighboring countries and all that, so that at the end of the day, we all benefit, and Africa as a whole will also benefit. So once again, I thank Alicia and the group, and then the Ghanaian, the organizers, for this amazing work that you have done. And we're so proud of you. And I want to take this opportunity to wish you all safe travels back home. I know some of you may have visited some places. If you haven't done that, maybe you have, if you are leaving tomorrow or the next, if you can find time to look around to see what Ghana has. And I'm sure we'll continue to exchange with you, engage the US. We also do our part. We still continue to talk with the people at the decision makers and see how we can collaborate, we can work with our US counterparts and all that. So once again, thank you and safe travels. Bye-bye. Yeah, so I forgot one thing. We are going to have a public lecture on Friday on the benefits of nuclear science and technology for socio-economic development. And it will be delivered by Professor Shaukat Abdul-Razak from IE, that's the Director for Division Africa. So we are extending invitation to you, or if you can come to School of Nuclear and Allied Sciences, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, our premises. We have a school which was jointly established by Ghana Atomic Energy Commission and then the University of Ghana in cooperation with International Atomic Energy Agency. It's a postgraduate school. So we are going to have that lecture over there. So those around, we are inviting you to that lecture on Fridays, 10 a.m. Thank you.
As I had mentioned, we're going to have some logistical announcements as I turn it back over to our Master of Ceremonies. But as I give our Master of Ceremonies the floor, I'd like us to give a big round of applause for Israel. Where did he go? Like, he's actually famous, y'all. He's actually famous.
Thank you.
But we appreciate everything that you've done to bring some energy to this conversation. And we know that since you are out here training journalists, that you're going to take this back and make sure that the story of nuclear is a good one.
I will. Thank you very much, Alicia. All right, so we're at the end of all the engagements that we came here for. The announcements that I have is this evening, there's going to be the gala dinner, the IFNEC gala dinner. And this is the arrangement. So the IFNEC delegation, it's your dinner. So yes, they are sorted. They have reserved seats. Then we also have reserved seats for the US delegation. So you don't have anything to worry about. Now, there are some extra tickets. And by the way, this dinner, we're going to have the President of the Republic of Ghana in attendance. So it's a presidential dinner. But we have some tickets for any of you, those not with the IFNIC delegation and with the US delegation. If you're interested, if you step out, where we got coffee, where they set up the coffee table, there's some representatives there who will give you the ticket. So you can go there for your tickets if you're not with the US delegation and you're also not with the IFNIC delegation. But it starts, we're supposed to be there at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. And I need to emphasize that. So it's not when I tell you guys it's 1 p.m., we're supposed to get back into the hall and you show up at 1:15 or 1:30. Because the president is involved, they're going to shut the gate at some point. So let's be there in good time, 6 p.m., and then we can be part of the gala dinner. So yeah, that's just about the announcement I had to, put out. But thank you all. You've been extremely wonderful, and let's meet at dinner. It's going to be the dinner, there's a glass house. Okay, so there's a tent somewhere here. So right on the premises. Okay, Alicia.
There's a glass tent. If you walk down toward the beach, you definitely will not miss it. It is a sight to behold. And we're asking you to be there at 6. We're not sure. The president said he's coming at 6:30. He's supposed to be there at 7, but he's the president, so he can come whenever he wants. But we have to be in place. So that's why we're asking you to be there at 6. If for whatever reason you can't come until 6:30, it's fine, but we want the majority of the folks to be there. And we're expecting, because all of you most likely registered for this gala dinner, that you will be here. You don't want to miss it. There'll be dancing. Bill Magwood will be there. I'm not saying he'll dance. I'm not saying he will. But nonetheless, please make sure you get your tickets. U.S. folks, you don't have anything to worry about. IFNEC folks, you have nothing to worry about. But those of you who are not in those groups, please make sure you get to the desk.